a lot faster.
Do you know the case number, Val?
Yeah, I should. Let's see. I believe Ren is first.
Do you know the case number?
It's doing it again.
Just turn it. That's because I had both of them up.
Oh.
I'm just getting loaded up. No, it's all good.
625.
Must be scanning stuff in.
This is them.
No, they're here.
Oh, they're here.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Call to order the appraisal review board for appraisal for Aransas County. It is June the 7th at 8:30. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests. The girls just putting the protest through.
I believe they're scanning stuff in.
There it comes.
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah.
Go back to
First.
2015.
They're still pulling over the evidence, but have y'all want to go ahead and get started?
Still doing? It looked like it came over.
I pulled 2 of them over, but Barbara's still scanning some. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a call Friday. Ryan Picolazzi, is that relative of yours?
Yeah,
Just put-
Okay.
okay.
Oh, cousin, okay.
Yeah.
I figured Ross is a pretty unusual name.
What was he calling me for?
I had filled out a fix-it form for the city. One of our homeowners in the country club was complaining of some drainage problems. And I didn't know whether it was a country club property or a city. Because the city, I'm not sure what the relationship is with drainage.
Yeah.
It's kind of complex. Anyway, he called me up. Here, I'm looking at it. He goes, "You looked at it?" I went, "No, I haven't. I just passed it on." I went and looked at it later and it's like, I'm sorry. It was so small. It was kinda like,
That's funny.
Okay,
But yeah,
show
can you
me
figure out if we're related?
okay.
All.
Is it Italian or Italian? Okay,
That's why there's so many of us.
okay. I'm part of the Italian audience.
Uh-huh. All right, we'll go check on the evidence and then I'll bring them back.
Okay.
Yes, we're ready.
All right.
We need to rock and roll.
No, it's just. what was it? 17 December. 17. Right. Go ahead. Can you print that from? Sure. Yeah, no, you can just print that. Nope. This, that's the one. That's already. You want to do it? I can do this.
No, I got it. Go ahead.
Thanks. All right. Ready.
Okay, this is Mrs. and Mr. Wren. I'll go ahead and help me.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I did not hear your instructions.
Oh, that table right there is for y'all.
Okay, thank you.
I have some administrative that I need to go through up front before we get into the meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
We're opening the hearing on case ID 2021-625, account number 15017. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications.texas@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate you take it, good or bad. We like it or bad. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the conclusion of this hearing, a document will be created, will be sent out to you by snail mail. In accordance with text of section 4145, all written material not been provided must be provided at this time. All of your evidence is in.
Yes.
Good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Starr, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have that?
Here?
Yes. That's correct. You're both going to speak?
She's speaking. But you're gonna, you might have something you want to say.
You both have to swear in one at a time.
Oh, can you just say that? And the
Okay.
billing rate.
I, Cameron Mercer Fenn, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
And you just send them. There's Vincent.
I, Harold Graham, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from this testimony shall present to the prison review board for the Aransas County Prison District is true, correct?
The governor requires me to ask that you have a appraiser's license.
No. I will just have it.
Okay. You have on a sheet of paper somewhere there? Is it the procedure document there?
Okay. Yeah, it's just let you.
Right.
That's the procedure we use to operate the hearing. And you see there's two columns. You get to choose whether you go first or Mike goes first. You get the same amount of time.
Right, I'm just processing. I guess we'll go first since I have in my head
Okay,
what I
you have
can bring out.
5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, first of all, thank you for being here this morning. This is the first appraisal district protest that we've launched, so forgive us if we're not entirely
Okay.
kosher on what it is that we want to present. I know that we're here to protest the land values. We're not here to talk about our taxes or anything like that, so we're not going to go there. But what I want to refer to first is the comp sheet, sales bid, which is number 125 West Point Drive. Our code is 7ST. This code is 6FB plus, and yet this house is valued higher than our current valuation is in the land. I know that's where our valuation has gone up, is in the land portion of our property. I think these are flawed numbers, and I don't think that they're based in any sort of reality. You can see I've done sort of, you can kind of see some of my notes and thoughts here, which is why I wanted to introduce this into evidence, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, probably better than what I can say. Number one, I have not been provided with the basis, but I imagine that it will come to that when Mr. Soto has his presentation today. But I've not been provided with any information as to how you value these properties. And I'm here protesting the value of my property based on the information that has been provided to me. And if the properties adjacent to me are at the same value as me, then you've overvalued them as well. I want to point out that number one and number two here, I think that the numbers have been manipulated to have an outcome, a desired outcome. I don't think that these are proper numbers in any way, shape, or form. So moving on from the comp sales to 2021 grid, I direct your attention to the sales ratio report. And there's 50 properties here. 40 of those are not necessarily the estates, Cape Valero neighborhood. They're in the Marina neighborhood. They're in the Southwind neighborhood, and they're in the Villas neighborhood. And then they take into consideration some properties 2 miles away from me. And then they don't take into consideration some properties that are 2 miles away from me that do not come up to the standard out there in Cape Valero. So I found out that 17 out of 17 properties in this sales ratio report are for land only. So I think anything with a house should be excluded, because I've shown here on the comp sales that number one and number two aren't even applicable. That 16 out of 17 properties of land in Cape Valero, there is only one is undervalued and all the others are overvalued. Now I know you're not going to say, well, it's not in our particular neighborhood, but that's Sunset Bay. That's all the way across Port Bay from us. I can't even see Sunset Bay from my property. But I know these are supposed to be comps, but there's houses thrown in here on these comps as well as land. So I don't see how you can, I don't see how you're comparing apples to apples. I think you're comparing apples to oranges. And I've gone through and I've printed out, which you can see, the extensive tax rolls, which I printed out to you in the Aransas County CAD. A lot of paperwork I've gone through. I just want to point out that there doesn't seem to be any rational basis. Number 15016, number 34 South Point, the land went up from 78,750 to 138,000. The land at number 40 South Point went up from $76,390 to $138,000. So it seems like everything wants to be put at $138,000, regardless of what the value was in 2020. It seems like it's okay. 138,000 is the number we want to value every piece of land out here, but then it's inconsistent. Thank you.
You get additional time later on.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
So the thing under protest today is market value. I guess I'm just going to go into my presentation and then maybe ask a couple of questions along the way. So I'll just throw all that time together.
So you're going for 7 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. You'll have an additional 2 in just a little bit. It's the same amount of time. Yes.
I would prefer we do it the way that's agreed upon here.
Okay.
That's the way we're doing it.
Certainly.
Well, 5 minutes and then 2 minutes.
Well, it's 2 minutes and then 5 minutes, but okay. So let's go into her, she talked about the land and then she immediately went to classification of homes. So I can try to answer either or. Let's go let's go all the way to her grid. I guess in question, these are sale prices of this is not comp, this is of sales. This one right here, these are actual sales prices. And then I think a statement was made, like you said, very flawed numbers, like there's adjustments here that something about a predetermined value. The adjustments are always based against the subject. So in this specific case, if you have an equivalent land value, you have no adjustment. Okay, so if the comp is less value, there's a plus, like basically it goes up. If it's worse, like in this case, like if the if the comp is better, there's a negative adjustment here. So notice how in this first level main area you have the square footage is less. You're going to see money here. But then in the second floor, you have a second floor and they don't have any, so there's a plus there. These are all based in different matrices that are all based on these classification homes that they are. And we see that, there's not a huge difference, but, because this is a 7 SS minus, this is a 7 ST, which is stucco. This is a 6 FT plus, which is a hardy plank home. It's just the sales that we had in the area. This one, this which would be an inferior zone. That's my 2 minutes. Okay, that's my 2 minutes. I'm going to continue on. Well, I'll go into the rebuttal later. Let me go into my evidence So in my evidence, we have a market value of $733,260. Subject property is homesteaded over 65. Therefore, everything's frozen. Frozen since 17. We currently, this is the subject property here. So we have, go down a little bit. This is 15,000 square feet at 920, I believe, comes out to 138,000 for the land value. So if these are 15,000 square feet in here, then they're going to have a similar value along that here. But it's the 920 code. So what are the sales? The only thing in the market, the only thing in the process is market value. What are the sales with comparables, actual comparables? The sales ratio, you have to understand, is a large, wider net that we're just running generally. How are we doing generally in this area? And like the subject property owner said, something as far away as Sunday Day. Well, you and I both know, everybody in the room knows that most comparable sales are the ones right here in this neighborhood. The immediate market neighborhood is what we're pulling comparable sales from. At least we try to. These are the sales that occurred. This is a pretty fresh sale. It happened in January of this year. Sold for $841 and change. It's much bigger than the subject property, overall, but it's less the class in the subject property. Almost equivalent in the land, so I don't know. We could look to see if that's on that same table. Yeah, that's on West Point. This is South Point. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But very little change in the land value. That one indicates a value when all the adjustments are made of 851. Again, it's much bigger than the subject here. So the next one here is South Point, sold for $678,000. Again, it's bigger than the subject. It's a little bit older in effective age as the subject. That renders the value when compared to the subject of $769 when you look at all the different factors: porches, main living areas, secondary spaces, all that stuff. 2 other sales in that area. This is Southland. This is a little bit further away. It's around the corner, but it's in that Cape Valero area. This one sold for $653. Again, a very fresh sale. This is February of this year. 6FB. This is hardy plank. The subject is stucco. And what you have here is a rented value of 730 when compared with the subject, same effective year. It's got a better land element by far. So it's not comp number 1 or 2, it's a better land element by far. So in just a moment, we're going to stick to the procedure like you want. So 730. You'll look at the last one. This is on the same street. This is 28 South Point. This is a recent sale. This is December of this last year, December of 20, and it sold for 610,000. You can see that the difference is a 7ST as opposed to a 6ST plus, so it's a little bit less in class. It's bigger than the subject. It's a little bit older on the effective age as the subject. That renders a value of 790. It's a pretty good comp. You can see the style of the home, the style of this home. It's right there, 790. The median value of all of those sales indicate a value of 780, which supports the value that we have at 733. So going back, I guess, yeah, go back. Yeah, right here, another one here. So of these, you have another one that's on South Point. So you have 2 sales on South Point. One is the 7XS, and the other one is the 6ST plus, I think. So this is a standard siding home. This renders a value of 769. Let's go to that other one on the same street. This renders a value of 790. So 770, 790. The median value is 780. It's right there. Subject is 733. As far as the sales ratio, how much time do I have?
You have 15 seconds.
As far as the sales ratio, going down.
You want to see the last page?
Yeah, just the last page. Obviously, there's houses and land. It's a wider net. It's just showing you how are we doing in this area. Shows you 1.3%.
Okay, Tamara, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, and you have 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal. I'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, I don't really have any cross-examination because basically what Mr. Soto just did was read off to you what he had already prepared. So, I mean, we can all see that. We're all in the room. It's all up on there. So I can't cross-examine what's on the paper. And that's basically what his testimony referred to. I'd like to go to comp number 2, which is number 40 South Point Circle. That house has 5 bedrooms and it has a pool. As pointed out, it's larger than my home, even though it was built in 1986. That land value in 2020 was $76,390, which has again been put up to the arbitrary number of $138,000. Number 38 South Point, its land value was $78,750, again bumped up to the arbitrary number of $138,000. Number 34 South Point, $78,750, again bumped up to $138,000. There's one that was $64,580 in 2020. That's number 42 South Point, bumped up to $138,000 from 2020 to 2021. Number 44 South Point, up from $76,290 to $133,690. And I provided you a map of that, and I also showed you the map that was provided to me by the appraisal district that shows our exact neighborhood. The neighborhood of Southwind is not comparable. Everything is a stilt house or a pier and beam. We are not on pier and beam or stilt. We wanted to be on a slab, which is why we purchased there. The North Point neighborhood is mixed, some slab, some pier and beam, mostly stilt houses. So you can see here, these houses are stucco, they're comparable, but the prices are all over the place, and there's no rational basis for the bump up from these various numbers to a solid number of $138,000. that just doesn't make sense. It's not rational in any way, shape, or form. It seems to me to be arbitrary. Okay, I also want to point out about number, I think it's number 5, South Point is practically across the street. There's a $100,000 difference in valuation between our house or our land value and that land value. And that you can see that on page 2 of 15 in the sales ratio report. It's number 3 down, number 5 South Point. You can see that it was valued at 38.5. That's practically across the street. That's a spitting distance from our house. 3 down, 5, 4, 5, 3, 3. Yes, sir, right in here.
They're on the lake.
No, you're not talking. I will point out that that is lakefront with a view of the bay. We are bayfront with a view of the lake. But that shouldn't make a difference of $100,000 in practically the same lot size and on the same street. And that's just land value.
You'll have more time.
Yes,
Mike, then you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal and then we'll go to close.
So, you know, we look at sales in comparison to properties. The subject property is a house, so we look at house sales. Furthermore, and this is not, we don't typically get into abstractions. I believe that this sales ratio, this 15, like in the sales ratio report, I'm looking for 15,012. 15,012. What I will testify to is that we had a sale in there. It may be an older sale.
15,012 is page
Yeah,
5.
right here. And so
I'm sorry, who was justifying?
he was just pointing out the number. He was-
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, 15,012. I said 15,012. And he said 15,012 is in the, I think you said in the middle.
Page 5.
So he's not testifying. He's just clarifying where it was on the screen. Is that okay?
I consider it testimony. He wasn't sworn.
With respect, I was just trying to find where it was on the screen. And I apologize. He was trying to be helpful. This particular one is presented as evidence. So just to tell you, it's not arbitrary. You know, how are we getting this land value? This is the vacant land sale here. It's presented as evidence. And you could go back to the pictometry image. It's over 145,000. This is the subject. This is the thing. The land for 145,000. Did we go to 145? No, we went to 138. Why? Because we're using house sales. Like, what is that really looking like? So to say that, I mean, she made my point for me. Why is there a difference between, I don't know where she pointed out over here, but there's something on the lake that was for 40 something or whatever. The market tells you why that's different. The market paid 145 for this and 40 something for this stuff across the street. The market did that. And so all we're doing is applying that equally one here.
Okay, ma'am, you have 1 minute for closing.
I do not see where that's equal. The 15012 lot had no homestead exemptions on, obviously for the vacant land, but it was bought at the same time as 15013, I believe. Yes, so those two were adjoining. So you know, I can't answer for the market. We know that the market sometimes this has no rational basis to what the actual values are. I would say that they overbought at 140,000 because looking at it, I'd say, well, at the same year, my property was 38. So I think that those people at 15012 did not have a very good deal, but that's on them, not me. I don't think Mr. Soto has made his case, and I am going to object to pointing out of 15012, because I certainly haven't had any help, or anybody trying to be helpful in my presentation today. I have nobody bailing me out.
Okay, Mike, you got 1 minute to close?
Yeah, with respect, I believe Mr. Presley was just pointing out the number on where it was on the screen. I believe that was the case. I was going up there to find it. The fact is that land is not arbitrary. There's a sales data point that points directly to that value that we have on it. In fact, we're low. That sale indicated a higher value. We have 104, that one sold for 145. We have similar properties for 138, for the subject for 138. Furthermore, there's other sales on that road of housing. It speaks directly to the market. The only thing that's under protest is market value for the subject property. It's supported. I believe I've made my case and very clear. And that's all I have in closing.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes. to deliberate.
You choose land,
Issue is land and
the land sale, 145.
45.
The question that I have about the land sale is, the land was sold to the same owner as the house next door. Was that what you were saying?
Originally, yes. So when they sold their 15013, I could be wrong, but I was, to the best of my belief, this is my correct testimony, 15012.
Were the two pieces of land owned by the same person?
Yes, that's my testimony.
I think more if it was the case, give me more specs.
too
I would
broad.
pay an
You got
additional
equal time,
premium.
Mike? You want to say something?
They're 15013 and 15012 are not the same owners.
We're both owned by the Shrubs.
No, ma'am. One's owned by Best and goes the other one, and one's owned by Grimmingerer. Shrub.
Okay.
15013 is owned by Shrub. 15012 is also owned by Shrub.
That is incorrect.
Okay. No,
But again,
I got it.
I mean,
I got it.
there seems to be no discrepancy in the land table from the size of the value of the lot.
The fact that the land table is different to the ports, bayside, lakeside.
It's explainable.
Yeah.
Plain explainable.
I looked at property out there myself.
I see no reason to change. So,
If those two pieces of property are not owned by the same person, then they're all the same.
Motion.
okay. So I move on case ID 2021-625, account 15017, and considering Q1, the incorrect appraised market value, that the 2021 appraised value of $733,260 remains for 2021. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. You'll receive a letter in the mail with the new numbers.
All right, thank you.
let's see who we have tonight.
Right, you want to connect us, right? Yeah.
This is hard. It is hard.
I mean, it's hard. You don't do it on a daily basis.
Yeah. To understand what is given to you.
And I thought she had.
You better be
If there's two pieces of land, okay. House. So one, a little.
Gotcha.
This is Mr. Knight.
You're gonna go ahead and have it right there.
Are there two?
There are two.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
One of them probably not going to.
I figure we'll do 138 first, and then the 139.
Which account number is that?
It is 16287.
Is first?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and then 88 is next.
okay.
138.
Might want to-
138.
138.
We'll turn.
Your door's there.
Yeah, don't stick your head around the door.
I'll just say, no, no,
It's there for your protection.
which one we doing first?
138, it's the land on thing.
Land owned? No,
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 there's house and road.
yeah. It's
140.
144, like.
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
yes, sir.
all right. We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter tonight.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-138, account 16287. Hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ecad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After this hearing, a document will be produced that summarizes the hearing and gives you instructions to how you can proceed. Okay. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided this time. We have all your evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have the oath glued to the tabletop.
I, Kirby Knight, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal board is true and correct.
Mike,
my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear and affirm that this testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County. That's true and correct.
Mr. Knight, the governor wants to know if you have an appraisal for it.
No, just partial. That makes it even worse, because my interest rate is 240%.
Whoa.
And I don't even have a pawn shop even. I sold it easy, I used to own it.
Oh, okay. This piece of paper right over here has a procedure we're gonna follow.
Okay.
And you can see there's two sets of data on here, two sets of columns.
Yeah, I understand.
You get to choose whether you go, you get to choose whether you go first or Mike.
You can go first. I mean, I can go first if you don't mind, because I don't think it should be much of an argument.
Okay, that's fine. You have 5 minutes in to make a presentation. You'll have more time later.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, well, on that, what the thing is with that property, the house, if you look at it, the house is only built and it's not finished, of course. It's only 672 square feet. The problem is there is no sewer on that property, on the building you saw it. There's water flood in front, there's no sewer, there's no water, there's no electricity to this house yet. It's not living. Has nothing into it. And I know it's because people keep, I probably just saw that out and assumed it did, but Billy Burke just signed a contract 2 weeks ago to put a sewer on the left side. Clayton Wood designed the plan for it. The water line is going to come down this right side and go in electrical. There's no water electrical. There's no bulkhead, there's no road. There's not even a porch on the entrance to the back. It's not finished.
The house is under construction.
Yes, sir. It's under construction still. And like I said, I'm a contractor. San Antonio, I build, and my house, the way I build San Antonio is, it's normally 20, 40, 60, 80, 20 for slab and roof, 20 for interior, 20 for sewer, electrical. And plumbing. So that's why I came up. I thought the value should have been dropped about 40% is what I told the lady. I think they was Jackie or somebody I talked to. And that's the only thing I have in the house. It doesn't have a bulkhead, doesn't have anything like so you can see. There's nothing there. I haven't finished it. And when they see it from the outside, it does look like it is. It's not. And that is a barn dominion. Those two. I build those buildings, those structures on each side. Those are steel buildings that I built steel at San Antonio. I have a company out of San Antonio builds them. We put those on with a crane in the middle part. 192 square feet each side, and the middle is 12 by 24, which is 280 square feet, which comes out to 672. But the main thing is that's not the thing. The main thing is I don't have a sewer, I don't have water, I don't have electricity. Until that's done, I understand the next year, sure. But right now, you can't. I'm at a different stage. And it's not y'all's fault, because like I said, if you look at the house, you wouldn't know it didn't have water. You wouldn't know it didn't have sewer.
Anything else?
No, that's basically just all I'm arguing about. I mean, just so you understand, it's not complete.
Okay. All right. You'll have more time to speak later if you need it. Okay. Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. First thing to cross is I'd like to know, like on that main floor, not the second floor, but like the middle floor.
Yes, sir.
How many square feet do you have there?
There is
Is there
24 by 12.
24 by 12?
Yes, sir. That ceiling in the front there, where you still that ceiling vault's 12. Those are 210. Now these buildings on each side are 8 by 24s, and 8 by 24. And that middle building right there, it's between what we call the lot of pin-up, is the vault up. That is 24 by 12.
Okay, we're showing close to the 28.
No way it's 28, sir.
Okay.
There's when I brought these steel, didn't see a steel building here. When they come in, I build them, I put them on a trailer, they have to be 24 feet because I can't haul them along.
Okay, so just,
Now, if you're talking about the porch and that,
I'm
sure.
just talking the exterior of the building.
Yeah.
That's 28.
Oh, yeah, that would be right, because you got 8, 16, 12.
Okay. So it's 20. Okay. Got it.
Yeah,
So that's
I
the
apologize, I
difference.
was looking the other direction.
Yeah. And I was trying to look at the discrepancy and see if we had a measurement wrong, but it doesn't appear so.
Yeah, because you're right.
He said 672. I think he's talking about, are they actually metal containers?
No, sir.
Okay.
I
So
build them, they're steel structure buildings. I have a company called BLPC,
gotcha. Okay.
and they're completely built.
Okay.
It's structured, they had one of y'all's crane companies put them up there for me.
Gotcha. Okay. So I got 860 on the square footage for the whole.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
872 actually. That's what I came up with.
So I got 860 square feet. I believe
Yes.
860 square feet for the whole. I've got some porches, so can a little more question, like on the inside, what do you have that's yet to be done on the inside?
There's little stuff that needs to be done. To see the buildings themselves, if they come in, they're all pre-made.
Kind of prefab, they
They're
have,
prefab. They don't have any wall. They have no floors in. They have plywood down for that
so
stuff.
the SIP panels are already, like all the,
Yeah, it's a
Those
unit. It's set in with the unit, and they come pre-electrical wires. Like, I do have electrical set in there, because there's only a plug on each side that we require for oil field.
okay. So the only thing that you have yet to do is septic and actually running from, you need a septic tank.
Yeah, they're putting.
What about water?
They got to put water.
Okay.
The water's coming from the left side right there where your hand is, that corner.
Mhm.
And then there's also got to be an main electrical line buried all the way to the right side of the house.
Right, and then the
Sewer.
septic, electric,
And water.
and water. So this is not, I'm gonna try to give this for an illustration. about to, I think the only thing mentioned is other, so the burden proof is for the subject property owner, not one or two, which is burden proof for the district. Having said that, I've questioned the subject property owner first for size, just to make sure that we're not. So the only thing that's left is basically the utility package for the house. Now, the utility package for the house is inherent into the class. This is not a typical situation. The only thing to bring this into revenue would be something like a TP, would only be a package that the cost to cure for this thing is only about $8,000. Like, that's the only difference. The subject property owner indicated, he said there's a few minor things on the inside, but otherwise those are ready to go. All you need is the services to be plugged in. So an $8,000 or $10,000 adjustment would be the only warranted change here. It's not like a percent complete off of any particular item associated with here.
Is that all you have?
That's all I got.
May I ask you a question? then?
Sure.
The discussion of square footage, he has 672 on his picture. You said 872.
No, he said it, you asked.
No, 650.
Okay, so I have 860.
860.
We can go over the measurements again. Okay, let's look. I'm just,
Okay, 28 by 24.
okay. Okay,
That's 672.
I got 28 by 26.
No,
Okay, let's look straight down. And we do this all throughout the county. We measure from the outside exterior.
I do too. There's a Lowe's on truck.
Oh, hold on.
There's no overhang.
Okay.
Yeah,
So 24 and 28 wide. 28 wide by 24.
That's 672. Plus you got
by 20.
third story, which is
That's the
There's nothing
MA2.
underneath. It's not a third story.
It's the MA2.
What do you mean there's nothing underneath?
There's, well, excuse me, it's piers, but I mean, it's just piers. It's not a storage or anything underneath.
So 672, and then what do you have up top? That's 12 by what? 12 by 24?
12 by 20.
Okay.
But there's nothing underneath the 12 by 24 on the first floor.
No, it's not. We don't have it.
Okay.
We just have a main floor and then a second floor, which is really the third. The MA and the MA2. That's all we have. So 12 by, so we have a 12 by 24. So that's 288 plus the 672. So I got 960, and he's actually undervalued by 100. But we're gonna,
How do you get that? What is this?
okay. I came up with 672 on the main floor,
Okay.
and then 288 on that little lofty area.
Okay.
You said it's
Okay, it's a mezzanine, okay? Right, there's not a whole second floor. We walk in the front door that just goes up 20, I told you, it goes 24 feet. The bottom where that door is to the top. The top floor, if you're talking about the mezzanine thing, it's 12 by 12.
Oh, so
Or
there's
12
only-
by 24, yeah, it would be, because it's got it's a mezzanine.
Okay, so
It would be 12 by 12.
just to be
It's not
clear-
livable.
Well, it's just an open space is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that if I go 12 feet over here, I can't walk there, it's just open space from there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you only have back here,
440.
okay, that's new information. So then it's a 12 by 12.
860.
It's 144 plus the 672, 816 rather than 860. So we can adjust both areas. Actually, we should do that right now. We should adjust both areas right now.
Yep.
If you don't mind, with respect, we could actually do that in the account. And then
what
we
was
could
the
adjust
bottom number?
The bottom number was 672,
Got it.
12 by 28.
Okay,
And then the top, the
changes
MA2
the,
is 144.
changes the value to 153,930, 816 square feet, 144 MA2.
Very little change. And then we're addressing the percent complete, so whatever.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a contractor. I built this thing. I know what I got in it.
Uh-huh.
And that septic system is like almost $10,000 to $8,000.
Yeah, that's what I said, 8 to 10.
And I've got that house thing, and I've got 53,000.
Now, you're looking at a whole bunch of profit. Yeah, that's good for you.
Yeah, and the thing is, so you're telling me when I build this thing that there's only a certain percentage that I don't know what the percentage is gonna be, but to me, $8,000 of that 50 something is going to be pretty. Okay, a lot less percentage. I don't know what the thing is, but what is the, I'm trying to figure out what amount are we gonna be able to drop this? Because I don't have water, I don't have septic, I don't have anything.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think you and I actually said the same thing. Like, I think there's $8,000 or $10,000
Is it septic?
in the septic electric water hookup.
No, not the water back, just septic.
Well,
That's what I just paid to me. And I'll give you a check, I'll trade you down payment for 4,000 for the septic.
okay, just for the septic.
Yeah, and that's not counting plate, the part there when the man did the engineering.
Okay, so we typically have those packages at about $8,000 per, not the same application. It's typically for mobile homes, but that's what we see in the marketplace. That's what we see them transacting at.
Yeah.
Having said that, okay, so maybe it's not 10, maybe it's 12 or 15, I don't know. But what you're describing is a cost value.
Yeah.
What we have here is a market value on the open market. On the open market at 153, and all you have left is the electric sewer, electric septic and water. At 153, you own that for less than 8 hours.
Okay, so you will rent it from me if I don't have storage?
No,
water
I'm
back
saying you put a sign in the, in the yard for 153,
Okay.
and you don't own it anymore.
there? Let's go and move the switch up.
Okay, so you have 4 minutes for.
No, there's no more.
Okay.
Okay, I have no more problems that I can tell what it is already. It's gonna be like, so it's not. I'll listen to it. I'll pay the tax. I've done this for, I'll pay the taxes for 3 years on this property, take it to court, and when I get through it, it'll be over. I know how it's done. I apologize, because I can't use this house. No water, no electric, and you're telling me you're only gonna take 8,000 off that value?
No, I'm saying that you just testified that you said, hey, listen, I've got $4,000 for this.
And I also testified in the contract, 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100. I put 20 in the slab roof, I put 20 in the construction grid, and I have 20 with electrical and everything else set to it. So I got $50,000
of cost.
Yeah.
In the marketplace, this thing goes.
You're done.
Okay.
I apologize for what I said.
So
Do I get a closing?
Well,
if
In,
you-
in closing, what I would say is the subject property owner brought relevant data to the actual size of the both main living spaces and rear space. He gave testimony that it wasn't 12 by 24, it was only 12 by 12. We've made those changes. The effective changes are not that much. It goes from 155 and change to 153 and change. The biggest thing is the cost to cure. The cost to cure is the burden of proof. The cost to cure is with the owner. Like, so, you know, he's testified that, hey, he put down payment of 4. You said that the septic is going to be what now?
That is 8.
So 8 for the septic. You
They
know,
got to bury me. I have to have electrical line buried
Yeah.
here over the side, and also
So
have to have
maybe-
water.
so maybe it's double.
I gotta
that.
pay the
Maybe
tax
it's
fee for
12 or
water.
15,000 or something like
But I got to pay the tap fees for the water.
Sure, sure. that. I mean, maybe.
What do
it's-
y'all, what do y'all really offer before I figure out?
Well, it's their decision.
Right.
I'm supporting the value of like 153 less 15,000, somewhere in that. That's what I think the value is worth. I mean, because in the marketplace,
I would,
I could go there. Do that. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion here. On case ID 2021-138, count number 16287. When considering the property owner's new evidence of difference in square footage and the lack of utilities on this property. Make a motion that we reduce the 2021 appraised value from 155,520 down to 138,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
138.
Next property.
And
Well,
the next one is, you have 146 Lakeview also?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Y'all can just settle that. Y'all can just go ahead, take care of it. I'll sign the paper right now because I'm not going to change that. Y'all can go ahead, have that. I don't care. I'm all right with it. If y'all don't mind. This is not fair. This is not fair at all. I'm thinking about just leaving the house the way it is and let it pay tax on it for a few years and see y'all. I mean, this is not right. It has nothing. The house doesn't have water, it doesn't have electric. You put the value until it's usable. What do I have? What do y'all have? I mean, where did you come off with this?
Okay.
So hang
I
on.
don't have a house.
We have a.
You didn't even let me, you didn't come to me and say, hey, Mr. Stein, what would you possibly do with it? What would you would you want to counter off and say, hey, I'd take 110 for it. If you'd sell for 110 right now, I'll pay the taxes on
Would you
110.
like to open a hearing to discuss this?
I mean, I just don't want to be just.
Because if not, we're done.
Well, I mean.
It's your choice.
We have a sign-in hearing, so we have to, I don't know what to do. I mean, the subject property owner signed in for the next hearing.
But we didn't open the hearing.
So tell us what you'd like to do.
I'll sign that there. I'll just go ahead and drop the waiver on it.
So you want to.
On the second house,
On
not
the
worried
second
about
one,
it.
it will be as a no-show. We'll have to mark it something different.
Yeah. I'm
For the
not-
record, the subject property owner does not want to contest the other property, which is
That'll be fine. I'm okay.
16288.
I'm just
And now-
upset that I didn't get, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and so what you need to understand to the best of your ability is, they're just listening to.
Yeah,
you and us.
well, what really bothers me is I'm stupid, okay? Because I talked to the lady on the phone and she offered me a 40% discount on it if I would take it. And I turned it down. That's how stupid I was. Because I figured, well, nobody's gonna come here and say, hey, this thing here's got this, well, what would you do on that? I mean, how would I have a house that doesn't have water, electric, or everything else to it?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. I
it
don't
was
know.
my fault. It was not y'all's fault.
Well, yeah, and I don't know what was said in the conversation. I don't know what you presented to her.
Well, I presented the same information I gave you.
Again, I wasn't there on the other line listening in, so I don't know what was said in the informal.
It just shows me what the variances are in these things, how these things are so different. My fault.
Okay. Does he need to sign a piece of paper?
For
the
he
second.
is on the record saying that he's not protesting the second
Yeah.
one, that he's gonna be a no-show on the second.
All right.
Fine. I just want to make sure we knew how to deal with it. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Where's my keeper?
And
And where's my keeper?
Oh, she just walked through that. These two. We do have another one, I'm sure. At least I think we do.
Oh, I need to make a trip anyway, so I'll check on her.
Hit the light while you're out.
Huh?
Hit the light, please. on the-
That one?
Thank you.
Okay.
You got one more. They're doing an interesting way to build that house.
It's kind of like he said oil field. You can see that, you know?
Yeah.
That kind of gives you a picture. What's
Man,
that thing really? When he said that, I was like, oh, okay. Let's see what we're doing here. I didn't know. I thought it was Connex buildings.
That's what it looked like to me.
But, you know, that someone had refurbed, you know, and like
You
people,
see those all over
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah.
Seeing one line, person
Yeah.
Just stack them all over the place. Right. And it is kind of that way, but yet not exactly, because he's not building a full wall.
yeah, it's pretty neat.
Transport, which is kind of unique,
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of neat.
but,
Uh,
so, you know.
Yeah, the rust part of it and stuff, you know?
Guess you could like spray it or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Z-Bar or something.
The underneath part is the
Exactly.
underneath
You
part
never
is
know.
the part that will get scary for rust, you know, that
Yeah.
coming up in the mornings and stuff.
Decatur.
Here, Mr. Decatur is here. Go
Okay.
ahead and have a seat right there. He does have a USB drive.
Okay.
No, I think
Good
it's.
job.
So 6 of them. Almost.
Well, he walked out on the second one, so he didn't know.
Oh, okay.
So he doesn't, his appeal procedure for the second one because of the no-show. I don't understand. It's different. I mean, he doesn't have an AOD order from, because he actually said, I would look at the second.
Okay.
So his remedy for that is different.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have an appeal. Okay.
Okay.
So this is 42883 is the account number, right? Stephen Decatur?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Sorry.
Just making sure. I don't know where that's at.
Oh,
It's actually a little window.
Oh, 601.
Steven? Is that right?
Well, Steve is usually to go by.
Steve? Okay. We have some minutes trivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. So if you just sort of follow along, I have some questions along the way. We're opening here. Opening a hearing on case ID 2021-601, account 52883. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created, all the particulars in it, and it will include what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, actually, I have some of other comparables here.
Yes, but you've turned all that in.
No, actually, I did not. It's not as I submitted.
Anything you're going to use in evidence, we have to have in now.
Well, I've got it here. If you'd like to,
Beth can scan that in. I would like to use it.
Yeah.
They asked you for that up front, did they not? Sir, did they ask you for that up front, like when you checked in?
No,
They typically do. Yeah, they typically ask for all of the stuff you're gonna present, so.
We kind of got sidetracked because we was talking about, I had asked her some questions.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yes, sir.
Hey, Steve, just to be clear on this jump drive I got from you, there's 2 photos, right?
Yes.
2 photos, okay. Just making sure we're all, okay. Good to go.
Scanned in.
I'm gonna go ahead with the swearing in, and then we'll hold at that point until it's back to the scanned in. Okay?
I was gonna ask Andy.
Okay.
Okay. ARB, all of the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Chapter 41.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I built up to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Steve, you got the oath on the table there.
Yes. I, Stephen Carey, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true. So.
Michael Pruitt, where from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board. Right.
The governor wants me to ask you, do you have an appraisal?
No.
Thank you. Is it in?
I was getting it scanned in right now. I'll double check and make sure that as soon as it's
Tell me
done,
when
let you
it's
know.
in. Tell me when it's in. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Look the actual images. You see this right here? Yeah, I think that's.
So the lines like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then that's done.
Yeah.
While we're waiting there, I see you looking at the times. We'll ask you here in a minute, do you want to go first or do you want the district to go first?
It doesn't matter to me. We're gonna go over the same materials.
The governor wants you to make a decision.
I'll go ahead and do it.
Okay. As soon as your evidence shows up in the system.
Yeah.
We will prefer that we go over the pictures first. That's pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah. the corner, so. So, and we don't have to- Yeah, I'm sure you did. Shows up. I just do 1 minute. I didn't know.
Ugh.
This house is on Coconut Ridge Road.
That's correct.
A long time ago, I used to own this property.
Sure been a change of guard out there, especially since Harvey.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot of people, you know, just had PTSD and wanted to get out. And, you know, just a whole new group of people came in there and were building some nice homes out there.
Yeah. I didn't have a house, I just had this one.
So, yeah, it's not the peaceful little community it used to be. I think when I bought, there was maybe 150 homes out there. I'm just guessing, it's probably over 300 homes.
No. Yeah, when I sold it, there was still lots of empty lots.
Yeah, I kind of miss the peaceful, good old days, but I can't be against progress here. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, it's in.
were you gonna go first?
I get
Okay. Mike, you ready?
Yep, sure am.
Okay, Steve's gonna go first. Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay. First, I'd like to go over these pictures. This is the storage shed described. These one that I have is SD1. It's 160 square feet. Apparently that's still on the tax rolls. I haven't had a chance to tear it down yet. So I would like to have that stripped from the tax roll. Now, can I continue?
Yes, yeah.
As far as comparables, the evidence submitted to me by the county compares me with a lot of newer construction still homes. I don't think it's an equitable comparison. I'm still an old house, new paint, new roof, old wiring, old plumbing. I'm also ground floor, not a still home. Actually, I'm below flood elevation. I think some consideration should be taken in regards to that because of the FEMA rules. And to be honest, that's really all I have to say.
Where is your actual property?
My property line is, yeah, that's pretty much it there. 5 feet of the original property was deeded to what is now Carl Gunther's house. That's the ones that left. There is also a county easement on this other side along the fence for drainage.
And that's your little boat slip in the back there.
Yeah, it's a little boat dock there.
Where was the shed you were talking about?
Right there. Which is a lean-to attached to that other metal side storage.
You have anything else?
Well, that's pretty much it. You know, the only thing, you know, main thing is that storage shed.
Green in the DG2.
And
Looking for
You know, it's, the comparables are apples and oranges. in this
get that
situation.
little.
But again, I'd like to stress that I am below flood elevation. Really believe that any potential buyer that does their due diligence is
Maybe this
gonna
one right here. Yes.
know of the potential consequences of having a home that's below flood elevation. It never gets damaged in the future
Which is which one?
because of the FEMA requirements.
The recent rains, any of your lot flood?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of standing water. In fact, I wish the county would come out and fix the drainage ditch up front because of that easement, the drain, it gets all backed up. There are times the street floods. But you know, the house, the slab is essentially 6 foot. I don't have a flood elevation plat with me. And current requirement is 8.5 feet to be above flood elevation.
All right, got just a few seconds left if you need it.
I think that's about it. It's you know, basic, brief. I don't like to drag things out.
Okay. All right. So Mike, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right, I guess the subject property owner indicated that this little, you zoom into this little shed area, we're gonna get that out of the way. So you have this plus this, so, we just have it as a lean-to, I guess, what makes it, is it? the
Well,
rate?
it's on my list here. It's described as SD1.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I can't, I can put $10 worth of value on it, that's as low, as I have to keep it on the roll, if it's still there. It's one of those things, so
So that's my incentive to get to it.
it's $10, it's just, I gotta keep it on the roll. Yeah,
Having
said,
count.
well, having said that, I mean, it's a pretty minor thing, $4.60 to $10, pretty, let's zoom out a couple of times. Couple of things, you know, you have a cover here, it's a PC that I don't have. You have a pier or a deck right here that I don't have. I'm gonna pick those things up next year, can't do it this year. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those.
Well, that little cover down there. That's just a
Big, yeah. It's a cover. It's not worth much. But having said that, I guess the two things in the market, two things that are protest are market value and equity. This is the cool property. This is an excellent property from the standpoint that it's got this little, you know, protected little area that you're able to get out to the bay very quickly. The fact that he has, you know, his own boat launch, that's super cool. We have a value of 320 million change. You'll go to my evidence on the subject. The last year we were 301, we're at 321. It's not anything the subject property owner did. It's not anything that he had. It's not even the land. It's just what things are selling for in Coconut Ridge. You can see that we put a neighborhood factor associated with those sales. And I'm going to show you how that's relevant. By the way, this is homestead over 65. It's been homestead over 65 since 2014. So, right. Subject property owners indicated that it goes from here to here, here, here. This is what he has. Really cool property. All right, go to comp sales. Obviously, I can't control the sales, like what transacts. So there's going to be differences, and we're going to try to account for those differences. Obviously, the subject property is only a 3DS, the vinyl sided house, class 3. We're saying it's a below average home. I'm looking at the outside, the geometry probably was underclassed at that time. But having said that, that's what we're making all of our appraised value. We got 1441 square feet. It was originally built in 76, effective age to 81. This cell right here, it's a brand new home. I mean, there's obviously huge differences. The effective age, the size is bigger, the class is better. All of those have big negative adjustments. Right here. Okay, but it sold for 427, renders a value of 375 on the when compared to the subject. This one, again, it's newer, it's better. There's large adjustments for both of those things. The subject property, one of the big things that you'll see with both of those is that, hey, the land over here is pretty awesome. And it is. This is an awesome lot for the subject. Continue on. Another 5 FB. This is better than the subject. It's adjusted in a large way. It's newer than the subject. It's smaller than the subject. That was over 417. You can see this is a much nicer house than the subject. The difference is this lot value is not as nice as the subject. The subject is a very nice lot. 3 Scallop is the closest in classification. You'll see that that's a 4 VS plus, it's a 3 VS. It's only 992 square feet. So this is like if you're looking just for the house, where's like a good comp to that. This one supports the value of 368. When you look at the subject, when you look at this one's more of a modest home here. Okay.
That's not a still house, right?
This one is. This one's a still house.
It is.
Yeah, this one's a single floor.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was over 285. When you compare it to the subject, because it's only 992 square feet, and you compare the lot, which this lot is much better than that sale, the render's value of 368. That value, median value is 371, which supports the value by a large degree, $50,000 of what, again, this is not what the property owner is doing. It's just what the market is saying. Second thing on approaches is equity. You'll notice that the median equity value is 355. It supports 321. These are not necessarily sales, they're just other properties that are here. We try to get more in the 3-4 range, to try to make a better comparison. This one's a 4 VS. This is a 3 VS, 1441, 1500, 1981, 1998. All of those adjustments are coming down with storages and main areas and every porches and everything else. And that really value for change.
Sorry.
Yeah, this next one is 4 MB, another 4. In comparison, that revenue value 355. Next one. Another 4. This is probably the most comparable. Like if you're just looking at these two houses, that's a 4 MB, but it's a little bit bigger, and the effective age is newer. That renders a value of 360. Again,
And that's not a still house, right?
no, that's a floor house, and this is a floor house as well. And that's 360 and 369. We're in that 360 range, or 355. That again supports the value that we have at 321 by a large degree. Having said that, I'm willing to take that storage to $10. That's all I got. Or I guess, do I have a little more time?
You have 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and the sales ratio report. This is the general area, Cocoa Ridge is what we pulled. And you can see that we have 10 pages worth of sales, and we're still at 98%. We're not even to market. The market was really robust there. Very, very strong. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. So, Stephen, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need the full 4 minutes.
Yes, if you scroll back up to some of the comparables we showed.
Sure.
I'd like to review over the single story houses here. You can stop right there. That one, the arrow is on it. That house is above flood elevation. They got a variance. We have it surveyed, and they're above 8.5 feet elevation. Every house, every single story house that uses evidence here, all are at higher elevation than my property. I know it was discussed. It's some of these other houses are newer and they have nice yards and all that. If you go back to the line, it looks like a boatyard because it is. it really needs a lot of landscaping work. I don't know if that's relevant in this case or not. But you can see it, and there's a lot of bare spots down there. There's been a lot of erosion over the years down near the boat ramp. You can see that's all sand, mud, the grass is just gone, nothing at this point will grow in it. It needs a lot of topsoil fill. Again, whether that's relevant or not, it's up to you to decide. But again, I do want to point out that of all the homes listed as comparables here, every single one of them is higher elevation. Every one of those is above flood elevation. If another storm or another flood hits, and if I hit that 50% rule, FEMA is instituted. I've got to tear down, you know, and again, I do believe that's going to reflect in a market price that I can sell a place for if a buyer does their due diligence and understands what those requirements are to meet FEMA standards. Again, these newer homes were built to newer windstorm standards than mine.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, subject property owners testified that he knows elevations of adjacent properties. I mean, I don't have that information in front of me. He's testifying that he knows what that elevation is and that elevation is. He knows what his is.
Well, I know what that one particular one is. I know people on it, and she's a judge, and he filed the variance to get and got their property surveyed, and did indeed.
Yeah.
And but all you can do is take my word. I don't have that evidence either.
Yeah.
It's still his time, Mike. I mean, unless you're done.
I'm done because
Okay.
I can't submit anything else.
Okay. So then, Mike, you have 2 minutes then for cross-examination.
Yeah. All I would say is that the subject property is on the same landscape as all of these. They're all appraised in similar fashion. You know, if you're looking for some kind of sales abstracted methodology for one-story homes as opposed to two, we don't have that. We haven't presented that, neither is the subject property. We're looking at the market value of the home, and we appraise equitably, meaning that we appraise on the square footage. You know, this is a one-story home. This is a one-story home. This is a one-story home. I mean, they're appraised in similar fashion. You know, there's no like, oh, you're a one-story home, you get this percentage off because it's recognized in the marketplace. We don't see that. You know, we don't have any information telling us if there's anything different there. I'm not disputing that he's at a certain elevation. I'm sure that he is. But I don't know that there's a large elevation difference for anybody on this road. I'll make that generalization. And there's just probably not. There's a foot difference at most. Yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay.
But, yeah, until you get a survey.
Right, and that was not presented. I guess using a little of my cross time, or are we in cross or rebuttal?
Actually, district rebuttal. You have 30 seconds left.
Yeah, all I would say is that, you know, the two things under protest, you know, the sales in the area, it's not anything that the subject property owner did. It's just sales. It's just people are buying stuff for more. And his market value went up. It went up from 301 to 321 change. That's it. That's all. I mean, I hate to be so elementary about it, but that's it in a nutshell.
Okay. So, Stephen, you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Well, yeah. You know, unfortunately, the last couple of years, I haven't paid a lot of attention to this. My wife normally deals with this, and you know, she's been ill. So I just looked it over, and my understanding, you know, our property taxes supposedly been frozen since 2014. I really don't understand why, if they're frozen, why my actual tax bill is going up.
We don't deal with the taxes here, but not every entity in the county freezes their taxes.
Well, yeah, it was made clear to me, that's how we got sidetracked up there on the same sales. I asked her about, apparently the navigation issue, but that's not. But still, it doesn't seem to account for the total increase.
All right, Mike, you have 1 minute to close.
Yeah, to try to answer that last question, you have market value that is the value in which a property would exchange on the open market. You have assessed value, the difference between those, the exemptions that the subject property owner would enjoy or have. And then you have what's left is just the taxable freeze to any specific entities. The city of Rockport, county special, all freeze, the school freezes. At different times and different little rates, because you have to do it at the time when the person turns 65 or they have a disability. The navigation is so unless the subject property owner builds something new, then the value won't, the actual taxable value should not increase. Having said that, the two things of the protest are proven by a large degree, not just by a little degree. I will concede the $10 on the shed.
Okay. Can we do that here?
I can do that in the system.
Do you have any sales in your sales report of slab houses?
I haven't looked, but I can definitely look right now. We don't. They're not going to be broken out. Whether one, they're looking at the one story. The way you're going to have to do this, Ray, is you're going to have to pull up the commentary, and we're just going to have to look real quickly.
You just want me to scroll through? and
Yeah,
check?
just
Okay.
60334. Just pull up the commentary. 60334.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. All right.
That's the vacant lot. And 335 is, I guess, right next.
Across the street.
That's a two-story. 6. Okay, 16999.
Come on.
That's a two-story. 16969. Two-story.
Hey, I know where one's at.
Huh?
I know where one's at. Dead ends.
Okay, pull that one. Okay.
Go ahead.
17019. Two-story. 8817704. Two-story. 60869. Two-story. 16855. Two-story.
May I ask to pull one particular property up?
Sure.
Sure.
I just have the name Boyd, last name Boyd. Charmaine.
Is it sale?
No, it's not a sale, it's an existing home, although I do believe, some of the property was divided.
Okay.
Last year.
That's not what I was looking for.
Okay.
I'm looking for sale.
You said on dead ends?
Isn't there one on dead ends?
Uh,
Yeah, it's just one, but
yeah, it's 15656. That's a single story.
Is it sale?
Same,
How much?
398.
Okay, thank you. You know, that was painful,
We really can't knock off value from a piece of lot today for what might be sold for 10 years from now, 5 years from now, right?
Yeah.
We can't.
the fact is, there's no separate land table for
Single story house.
single-story houses on land that is required by FEMA rules. 8 feet.
Right.
There's no separate table. So we have no evidence of what it might be, except that one sale. One dead end,
Okay.
and that was 398. I think we take the shed off. Do we need to do something to take the shed off?
We can do it right in front of you. We can take it to $10.
Yeah. Right.
I have to leave it.
What do you have it currently valued at?
400.
400 and something.
All right, are y'all ready?
Yeah.
320850 is the change. That's less $390, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. You ready to make a motion? Yeah. So on case ID 2021-601, count number 52883, considering incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value. I move that we lower the value, the 2021 assessed value from $321,390 to $320,850.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks, Steve.
And you have a great day. And thanks for the education.
I don't know about that.
Well, it's a little something. Every little bit helps.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Are we in 10 o'clock docket?
I think so.
Beth, are we in 10 o'clock docket?
We're on 10 o'clock. We have it in person. It's case 194, account 57396. Last name Hutchinson.
Okay. You want to- Yeah, see?
You want to go grab one?
Yes.
That's the key step. PSA, let's go.
Okay. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Not bad. Had a dental thing. Yeah, took a crown off. I guess I had some issue underneath the crown. I shouldn't make one of that. There's not there to do it.
Okay.
He's probably. Yeah. Annoying.
Hi. I'm sorry, I didn't get your names. Lee Abigail? Okay, Lee Abigail. Yeah, this is for your protection from the light. Oh, so we don't see that wall over there?
No, you don't want the light to hit you in the eye from the projector.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yes, we are.
Opening a hearing on case ID 2021-194, account number 57396. This hearing is being recorded. The people at the table here are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. They'll also give you one outside at the end of the hearing today. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. So you get a letter, mail in a week or two with the determination today. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So we have all your evidence you submitted. Okay, all right. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I'll start by saying, I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from witnesses must be given under oath. So,
I, Lee Hutchinson, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Abigail Fletcher, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall represent to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Evan Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
On the table in front of you there's a sheet of paper that has columns of time on it. So you get to decide, do you want to go first or do you want the district to go first?
Well, the district can go first.
Okay.
Property ID on this is 57396. It's a commercial property on Market Street, the corner of Market. I believe it is currently owner occupied. The value last year was $350,680. Sorry if I'm pausing on tablet, it's flashing back to the previous PDF. Yeah, just go to the next one. How do we fix this so that
You have to back out and then get back in. Get pretty far out.
I shouldn't. Okay, so the building area for this is 4,882 square feet. It's pretty decent building. You use it whatever. I think it's retail space primarily right now. Let's see here. And so it was valued on income this year. And it showed the rent rate being $12 per foot per year. And then it's based on a triple net lease, gives annual NOI of $55,655. There is no tenant. The value of the building is just abating the fact that they want to pay for it. The indicated value for the subject of that class is $563,300. So last year, you notice it's $350,000. This is a good example of the problem we were trying to fix, is that $350,000 is just not.
Last year, was it valued on income stream? No, okay, it's the first year.
Well, the income.
For the income approach.
And so the equity grid showed other properties. I think this was 7396, so the third one is the subject. There you go. And it shows, oh, that's funny. Just corrected something. The lease rate, the vacancy, the main thing is the cap rate. The cap rate is 8. They're all using the same cap rate. Market value is indicated. Pretty straightforward, really. It's just a commercial building, and that's it.
Okay, done. Okay, so. Okay. Time. So you have, then for your presentation, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and then 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'll give you 7 minutes.
Thank you. So last year, we were not valued on an income approach. We're curious what caused this change. Everything I read, which I'm just a person reading online, Texas property tax information from 2020 showed that any increases or changes had to be approved by the public. And I don't remember any of this coming, for public vote. It says that you can increase the tax by 3.5% per year, according to, the cost of living increases. Anything more than that is has to be approved. So I'm just curious why the change.
So the thing that you were reading was regarding tax rates. There's 2 things that make up your property taxes. One is your property's market value, and the other is the rate that gets applied to the market. So in Texas, all taxes are required to be ad valorem taxes, according to how much the property is worth. So our job here is just to independently determine what things are actually. So once we put a value on something, the tax rate gets applied to that. What the stuff that was included in what you're asking about, like the 3.5%, the rollback rate, which they now call the voter approval rate, in regards to the tax rate.
Well, so it also mentioned that should property values go up, that the tax rate would go down because the city only requires X number of dollars to operate and does not need to increase that amount unless the public votes on it. And again, I don't remember anyone discussing why the city would have such an increase. And the comparisons that I did include, we were on the very high end of an increase of all very not similar businesses as far as what type of businesses operated in these places, but these are all businesses that I included that have similar building structures on my same street, on Market Street. And I noted the difference of the size of the buildings and land versus ours, yet the comparative tax rates were just all over the map.
So there's a couple of things going on. That thing that you got is not a tax. This is not a tax on this. All we're doing here is determining the market value. We don't have, nobody in this office has anything to do with your bill or what your taxes are. Prior to, I think it was 1982, every tax agency had somebody in their office who determined what property was worth. And it got very confusing and it was very complicated and there was no standards for how you did it. appraisal districts are created to be an independent body that's not the school district or the city or the county or anybody else. We don't work for any of those tax limits. We're just trying to determine what the property is. So the thing that's really at question here is if you do not think that your land and building is worth the notice value, which is $563,000.
I don't see how our income could affect the value of the property in any way. If I were to sell the building, it may not have the same business in it that I have.
Right, but not valuing your business. But if you're to vacate this building, do you think that it would sell for less than $560,000?
Well, compared to what
No, I
other
mean, in
businesses are.
reality, how many dollars would it sell for?
I don't know.
I do, and that's what I'm saying. That's our job, is to figure out what is this thing worth? Just the building in the land.
But I still don't understand how y'all can, whoever is in charge of deciding could increase by such extraordinary amounts. I mean, just because people from California are coming in and buying our property sight unseen and driving the prices out of the sky doesn't mean that they really are worth that. You know, I don't understand.
Could you maybe explain quickly, Eamon, how the state is requiring in the last couple of years, commercial property to be moved from the cost of replacement to the income method?
Yeah, so every 2 years, the comptroller comes in and studies our values to see if they're right. We're not allowed to be grossly incorrect about how much things are worth. High worth. And the area that we failed 2 years ago really severely was commercial properties. Warehouses keep selling for far more than we have on as just empty vacant buildings. And when the state comes in and studies our properties, they come up with values on an income approach, which is what you're supposed to do. What everybody does. There's 3 basic approaches to value, which is income, cost, and sales comparison. We can't even have a discussion, like a professional discussion about appraising this property if we didn't move it to income. The thing is, our cost schedules weren't working either. The value last year was just not high. It was not enough. That's not how much the building was. So fixing that would require a really extraordinary, tedious amount of work to fix on the cost basis. But the reality is, we should have been doing these on income the whole time. And it would have kept your property at its actual market. So that's the change happening now. The reason it's so severe is just because it was so low previously.
Although it's had a steady increase over the X number of years we've been in that spot, 15 years.
That's what real property does. It appreciates it.
Right. I'm saying it's had a steady increase, and now all of a sudden an incredible increase. I get what you're saying. There's some kind of odd deficit there, but how could it go? How could it be consistent for the last 15 years, and now all of a sudden, oh my gosh, it's wrong?
It's this change from moving from cost, replacement cost.
The answer to that question is really, really complicated, but it has been wrong for years. There was a time about 15, 20 years ago when this value was set up on this cost basis. And because the numbers were the same, because this $400,000 building was $400,000 in this cost calculation, there's no problem. Because all that matters is if the numbers are right. The problem with doing it on cost is it doesn't hold up. It just falls apart over time. Everything just doesn't work. Building costs change. The environment changes. You have to make a million micro adjustments. There's a reason that people don't value these things on cost. The residential landscape changes commercial properties in really bizarre ways. And it's one of those things where it's been wrong for a long time. But people don't typically come in here and tell us when their property is undervalued. They only come in here and tell us when it's overvalued. But I will say that commercial properties, we get a lot of tax agents telling us for years that should have been doing stuff on income because of inequity. There's stuff where it's like buildings are wildly different values than they should have been. And they sell for the same. but it's because this is the schedule.
Okay.
I mean, the main thing is 563,000 is what we're saying the building and land is worth. And I don't know, I don't see anything that's telling me it's working with. I get that it's a lot in 1 year. There's no limitation on year-over-year value changes for anything other than your house. Primary residence. But for a commercial property, it is what it is every year. Okay.
I started your time on
That's great.
cross-examination.
Yeah.
Got anything else? Fine, if not. None? Okay. Then you have 2 minutes then for protester rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
I mean, my only protest is I still don't understand how the income base, I don't care that it's statewide, I don't know who determines that, it just doesn't make any sense. That's because, especially with COVID, you know, we had one of our worst years past, so I don't understand how that works. Whose income? Whose income is it? She said it's not our business's income. Whose is it?
It's an income approach to value. So it's the way you build up the value of a property is by capitalizing the rent you would get from a tenant. So, and I understand you don't have a tenant, but it's like when you do a cost evaluation, you're saying, well, if I pay for materials and I pay for labor, and then I have an entrepreneurial markup, I get this value. That's a cost approach to value. If you say, well, I had labor donated and the materials were donated, so it was nothing, it doesn't actually lower your value because it doesn't matter what you paid. It's just a way of getting to what the thing is. The income approach is just one of the main approaches to value. Cost, income,
May I just ask something real quick?
Sure.
So I do know that Larry Pierce, the boat barn from in Fulton, they disputed, their increase was like 300%, and they disputed and were able to get that adjusted. I mean, are y'all going to go back and adjust everybody accordingly to make everyone's increase value percentage-wise similar?
no, there's no, that's not something that happens. It doesn't, I mean, that would be, a lot of people get their values changed for different reasons. You know, I don't know if their value is really outside of the scope of this hearing, so I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to say.
Of course. Well, so why, just real fast, I'm sorry, why real fast the variance on building size and value? Why would mine be increased so much more when my building is only a percentage larger or smaller?
Wow, there's a bunch of stuff going on here. Some of these are classed lower than your building, and some of them really just illustrate the point pretty well, actually. You know, where is it? The Salty Dog Grooming Salon, 2020 was $275, and Aransas Glass in 2020 was also 275, or is that? And so it was also 275. And your property was 350, and the reason it's just because yours is so much nicer. I mean, that's the thing. Like, why is your building and their building about the same value when yours is so obviously better than their building?
So it's not just by square footage, it's by facade and.
Yeah, the class of the building.
How do we see where the class ratings are? Where can I read that? What class 8 means and what class whatever means?
Class 8.
Well, you said we were in 8. My building is an 8, And you said they were in a different class. I think this was the class.
Yeah, so, I mean, there isn't really a, it's on CoStar, the CoStar rating. There's, I don't know what to tell you about that. The class thing is, the only thing that really matters with the classes is that they're congruent within the county. That what is it, that what we put on as a class 1, 2, or 3 is consistent within Aransas. That all the ones look like the other ones, the 2s look like the other 2s, and the 3s look like the other 3s. Because again, the thing that is available to protest is market value, not whether or not, like, we suck at our job as appraisers. The reality is we don't. We're pretty good at it. The question is just like, is the market value too high? The things that would make a difference about that would be like, is it insured for less than that? You know, going to sell for less than that? Anything that's like really good, tangible.
What about the condemned house next door to it?
Yeah, that would have almost no impact on it. I mean,
That has an
the
impact on
good thing
resale
about,
value.
well, the good thing about doing commercial properties on income is that if there is condemned buildings in the area and it depresses rent, it will depress your market.
Let's get back on the track here. You have a minute to close.
Sure. I don't know.
Okay. Any final thoughts?
Yes, then that's how we would protest, is that we have a condemned building next door that is a horrible eyesight and a danger. It has vagrants living in it, and that should clearly affect the value of our building. That 18124, it's a mess, and that's actually a very nice picture right after Harvey. You should see it now.
And they were stealing power from us,
Yes,
and they've been stealing it from the power pole across the street.
Yes.
We just caught them.
yes.
They're there constantly.
Mhm.
They have no power, no utilities.
And those trailers full of trash are still there, and there's more in the back now.
And they still live in it, even though they're not.
That's my argument.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so we have 5 minutes to deliberate.
Eamon, I have, since I'm new kid on the block here, on the income calculation worksheet. Can you do a quick rundown on where some of the numbers come from? And then in particular, go back to the equity grid or where it shows, oh, it's actually on this worksheet as well. The base cap rate and the tax load rate, where are those?
The answer to the question is, in this case, it's CoStar. It's purchased market data. We had to pay for it.
So it's data on this property.
It's data on all commercial properties in the area. So whenever, say if you're gonna go buy a building or get it insured, it needs to be appraised, that appraiser will just go say, well, what is market rate? They don't have everybody's pocketbook, but CoStar has people's data. You pay CoStar, you find out what market rate is in there. You find out what market vacancy is.
So for example, the income, that amount, 58,584,
Right.
that comes from CoStar?
Yes.
And is that based on any reality of what
It's
their
based-
real income is? Or is it
Yes,
on-
it's based, they get their data from sales, brokers, and surveying properties. And in some cases, they get it from, we also have other sources of data, but in this case, that's stuff.
And last year, Scott, we did have some property owners that would come in and open the books with, tax, say my vacancy rate wasn't 15%, actually 75, or my rent was not $12. It didn't. But we've not seen that evidence it's here.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I mean, that's why I was asking this for my education as well. And the base cap rate, tax load rates come from,
The tax load rate is the actual aggregated tax rate. So the more taxes you pay, the less your property is worth because you can't capital losing taxes. So the reason you put it there is because the taxes are according to how much it's worth. So you end up, if you put it as an expense, you end up chasing your own tail. So that is the actual total amount of taxes paid for that building. Their tax rate last year was.
thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything, Bill, any thoughts?
No.
I know.
I mean, based on these figures, it's like the building should get for $4,800 a month. And that's the income.
Yeah.
Income approach. And I don't know how y'all do your books, obviously. But there has to be some sort of a rent factor. And $4,800 a month is what the county is saying. If there's anything, evidence that reduces that, that's what we need to hear.
And we didn't bring any proof of any of that. I didn't realize what I needed to present.
Y'all don't have a.
No, we are the tenant. My husband and I own the building personally, and our corporation rents it from us.
Oh, okay.
So there is a rent.
There is a rent.
We're not, haven't seen that here, so I don't think there's any reason for change here at this point. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion, what somebody else wants to do.
No, go ahead.
Okay. On case ID 2021-194, account 57396, when considering incorrect appraised market value or appraisal ratio exceeding median level appraisal or equity value. The district has shown that the 2021 appraised value of 563,310 is supported using the income calculation method. So no reason to change it. I say, all in favor? Aye.
And if we have more information, are we able to rebut this in any way?
Next year.
Well, I love more information. So as much data as I can get, that would be great. Yeah.
And they can appeal.
Let me,
You can appeal.
This can be.
You can appeal our decision.
And can recognize again, quite a little time. Where the appraisal review board and how the appraisal factors into taxes. So all you do is hear the evidence.
Right. And just declare the value.
and I'll
No.
y'all have already ruled, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you know, I normally would try to call or something. I just didn't have any contact. I'll give you my. Yes.
The appraisal
That's
district is willing to.
For the morning,
to
yeah.
work with property owners.
Hey, the morning is closed. I'm gonna kill the mic.
Okay.
and Block us out. All right.
You might know the time when we posted.
Okay. Ready to go.
Okay, we're resuming the meeting of the Aransas County Review Board, Appraisal Review Board. It is 1:45.
Okay, we have letters to read. This first one is from Selena Boggs. It was addressed to Ray Presley. To Ray, please see attached protest. I'm so sorry, I don't remember the very nice lady's name who called me a few days ago. We accidentally mailed you the Uvalde protest and sent them the Aransas protest. I have attached both scans for your verification. She mailed me back the Uvalde with your received May 28th stamp. Unfortunately, the deadline was June 1, and we were still able to send in time. I was hoping under the circumstances that you would honor the Aransas protest since you guys did get it timely. Please advise. This was received June 3rd by Valerie Smith. So the date was May 29th?
May 28th.
28th, okay. This is from American Ad Valorem Tax Consultants, Selena Boggs, so they're an agent. Dear Madam or Sir, this is the May 26th letter. Notice of protest. Dear Sir or Madam, we respectfully submit to you our notice of protest for the account of LRT Loma Bella LLC, care of Lois Timrack. We hereby request all evidence, including but not limited to all sales and equity information for each subdivision and or neighborhood that the appraisal district intends to present to the ARB be sent to us not later than 14 days prior to the scheduled hearing, specifically a sales grid, an equity grid, and appraisal review card for each account protest.
So basically, this was an agent that did this?
Yes. And
Agent should know better.
the property was looks like a home in City by the Sea, 47 Royal.
Can I see the first email? Just the email.
This one.
Yeah.
It's dated June 3rd.
You read something else though.
And then the second one I read.
Beth, do you know if we got that all by email or did it was
That's
mailed?
the only thing I had was the email stuff. Ray, do you know?
It's just in the back.
As far as I just know about the email. She sent me that email.
So this is a June 3rd. I wondered if we received anything prior to. Okay. Please. We accidentally mailed, so it was mail.
They mailed us the wrong protest by the time they got the Aransas
Can
County
I
protest.
see the,
So the way it sounds to me is this agent mailed Uvalde to us,
Yeah,
and they sent the Aransas to Uvalde.
I
right.
think so.
And then by the time they got it back and got it straightened out, it was after.
can we look at 15223? I'm just trying to see what the original mail looked like, because oftentimes you'll see we protest, some blah, 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 and then it'll have account numbers. And then behind that, you actually have the notice of protest with all the check marks. And so that may be relevant. You may want to see that before you make your decision.
15223.
15223, is it? Yeah, City by the Sea. Yeah.
This is this.
Well, we have to have some image in there. No images.
Do you want me to go check with Val?
Yeah, but you get it in there.
This is what you're thinking.
There's
No,
more,
that's just
yeah.
When you guys get it mailed, you scan it in.
Yeah, we typically scan it in if it's a protest timely. It's not.
then we let you make the decision. But I want to see, was there any like when did we receive, was there any other documents besides what's in front of you? I don't think there is. I just want to make sure. Because what you have in front of you is so on the back side of this paper, they put notice of protest Uvalde County Appraisal District, and they put our appraisal district number and gave an address for us. And I think she did the same thing over there. She sent a notice of protest to us, and it says, we respectfully submit your notice of protest for the account of LRT Coastal. Is that LRT Coastal?
That's correct. LRT Coastal LLC.
Okay, so, but then on the back side of that, they put that somewhere in Uvalde or Concan. But this right here, this is a protest. Like, just to if I say Mike Soto and I say, I'm the only Mike Soto in Aransas County, and I say, I protest my taxes, that is enough as a protest. So this
date on that?
So that's all that we got.
May 26th. This is the date of May 26th. Do you know when we received this?
According to their letter, it says the 28th.
Seems like they received.
She mailed me back the Uvalde. So May 28th stamp. So we received it on, it was dated the 26th, we received it on the 28th. Yeah. So
What,
So-
what did we receive? Aside from email, what did we receive?
no, it was mailed.
We received it.
Well, the email was received
Notice of
later.
protest for a piece of property in Concan.
Yeah, do
But
we
on the
have,
front side,
do we
it
have,
says Coastal.
On the front side, it says LRT Coastal. And then if we go, we
we
do
have
have
email?
we have one account.
even though it's for Uvalde?
We have one account that says LRT Coastal. So again, I'm gonna just outline this for you. If I put on a scratch sheet of paper, I protest Mike Soto, and I send it in the mail, that's enough. That says I protest. Now, if there was 248 Mike Sotos in Harris County, then, the district would probably reach out and say, yeah, I don't know what this is. But if I protest LRT Coastal LLC, there's only one, to my knowledge. We can look at that.
Yeah.
And they say, hey, we protest, this is just, as far as LRT Coastal LLC, it could be Mike Soto.
Yeah, there's
It could
just
be-
one.
There's just one. So, and we did date stamp that mail on the 28th, which is timely.
So you sent the mail back?
We, when we did that, we informed them that, hey,
We didn't
your protest form on the back of this says something about Uvalde we don't understand.
But we didn't keep the one that we timestamped
We didn't keep the outside form.
when it came in.
Yeah, keep the envelope.
Yeah, with your mail receipt timestamp. She mailed me back Uvalde with your received May 28th stamp. Did you?
I mailed everything.
You
Y'all
didn't
said not
stamp-
to keep a copy.
We'll change that moving forward.
Okay.
We'll keep a copy of everything. But she's testifying that that's the way she understands it. It's congruent with the May 26th letter that says that we got it on May 28th. The email is June 3rd. I don't know how that falls on a weekend or whatever. May 28th was a Friday. June 3rd was the following Thursday. The 26th would have been Wednesdays when the letter at least is generated. It does have a name. And they're indicating that we should timestamp. You need to go till about, we need to make sure that gets changed in the future. We need to keep everyone,
Well,
at least
that's
a
what
copy.
the law says.
Yes. That's all it has to be is on a cocktail napkin.
And then I guess,
Yes.
okay. We'll lay yes
So
on
you're-
that.
So you need to make a motion that you're gonna
Okay.
grant the hearing?
So I move on.
Ray, can you tell us the number?
PID 15223.
Okay. So I move on property ID 15223 belonging to LRT Loma Bella LLC.
No,
Oh,
that's the confusion.
Okay. Belonging to whoever the
One more,
homeowner
one more.
is.
It's just one more page, that's where the confusion comes.
Ah, okay. Belonging to LRT Coastal LLC. That we grant them a hearing for their property at 147 Port Royal, City by the Sea, Texas.
Second.
And this satisfies their one-time good cause.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay, that's a yes. Second one is dated June 3rd. From Gary Roan, RE, appointment of agent, property ID 46567. Dear ARB, filing of this form, Dr. Furman signed the form as owner where I should have signed as agent. Therefore, I am requesting a new hearing date. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, Gary Roan.
Wait a minute. Did we have this before?
I don't know.
This is the one you read. Remember, I designate Roan as my agent, handwritten in on the sheet.
Yeah, I believe so.
That was
Let's-
the same one.
Well, let's look at the ID just to make sure.
Okay.
46567. We'll put it up on the screen.
That they ticked.
You already hit this?
Yeah.
that if they didn't appear, we could go ahead, but then he had written in on the side.
It's wrong.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe I hit the wrong button.
but no affidavit was signed or given.
It's coming. It's coming. It's taking a minute.
There's been a hearing on the 2nd in this account.
So what is their request? Can you read that again?
Says, Dear ARB, in the filing of this form, Dr. Furman signed the form as owner, where I should have signed as agent. Therefore, I am requesting a new hearing date. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, Gary Rowe.
The affidavit's already been read in.
Okay, that's the correspondence. Let's just go to the taxpayer evidence. Yeah, that's the one that y'all did a few
Right
days
there.
ago.
Yeah,
Everyone to represent.
and as I remember, there was no,
We went ahead and read in the affidavit and acted on it.
Yeah, I don't even remember what was done to it, but we read that, I read it
You
on
read it.
behalf of the property owner,
Yeah,
and then the board acted on
Yeah.
that.
right.
Okay.
okay, so this one's been done.
We can look to see what was done. Just go to the, go to the general.
Protest was denied.
Yeah, the protest was denied. It was heard, but yet there was no value changes. That was the end result. Okay?
Is he asking for another hearing on the
Yes.
basis of signing in the wrong blank?
Of not being able to speak, I guess, or not coming, not having an affidavit and not coming, I don't know.
What you saying is, yeah.
I mean, we heard this.
That's the
case.
agent, that's the agent, right? That's the agent that's speaking?
Gary Roan.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
age.
he would be the agent.
so the agent is saying that I should have signed a property owner's affidavit, and I,
That's pretty weird.
What does he have attached?
What's the form number?
It is Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts, Form 50-162,
What is this?
appointment of agent for property tax matters.
So what he put in attachment to that was just an appointment of agent form, which we would have already had. Did we already have an appointment of agent? So we already had an appointment of agent. I don't know if it's the same document or not. But
This was signed the 3rd.
I think we need a reply to this one that includes the fact that we've already acted on it.
I think that's accurate.
And the date that we acted on
June the
it. From up
2nd.
here.
Yeah.
Was from, and then you, well, I mean, not telling you what to do, but the facts are is that there was an affidavit on file, which was read and acted.
And acted upon.
I can't say for sure, but it almost sounds like this agent is trying to make up for his not showing up.
Yeah, and to add a little bit of intrigue to it, this Jerry Roan says, "Hi Beth, I'm sending this for my dad, Gary Roan." So there's a father-son relationship in here
Yeah.
somewhere.
The son's just been emailing things to me.
Okay.
So you have it? You have it, you have what we need to say?
Yeah,
It's whatever you
Okay.
but y'all need to,
Make a motion.
make a
Make a
motion.
motion.
Okay. So I move on property ID 46567. That we not give Mr. Roan another hearing because we have already heard this case based on affidavit that was on file.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Right? Okay.
I do want to second it because I wasn't here. That must have been last week.
It was.
Oh, I wasn't here.
It was.
I was on the 3rd.
Okay, this next one, it was received June 4th by Val Smith. The letter is dated June 2nd from Redfish Bay Boathouse LLC. As members of the board, I acknowledge that I am 5 days late in the request. I am in hopes that you will consider my request for an in-person hearing to discuss my request for reduction of my 2020 appraisal. I spoke with Mr. Burke in May about my concern, and he recommended I file for a hearing. I did misread the filing time on one of my notices and missed the filing deadline. I have attached a copy of the misread notice and hope you will consider allowing me a hearing. I've attached the information Mr. Burke requested for your review. Circle down here, the deadline for,
How did you misread? What's there in there that can be misunderstood?
well, it does say deadline for filing a protest is June 21st, 2021.
That's a BPP account. So if he's making an assessment that he has a BPP account, he can still protest that.
Okay.
But if I could add what I know about this, and maybe you need to have a conversation with the property owner. But he has several accounts. Some of them are real property, some of them are business personal property. There's two different deadline dates. He received the real property with the deadline date of May 21st. He received somewhere, I want to say May 24th, he received another BPP notice of appraised value that has, what is it, the 21st?
21st,
June
and that
21st.
appears of what this is.
Yes, 28 and 21, yeah. So he had two different notices, at least two different notices. It's a person that has multiple properties.
But is he protesting the BPP account or the?
He doesn't.
This looks like BPP because under the value here, it says market value of personal property / minerals. That's where the value is. So,
He is timely if he wants to protest the VPP. When I spoke to him, his whole issue, I mean, from what I could gather when I was talking to him, his whole issue was that I'm late on this one, the May 28th one. And I said, yeah, you are. I said, you can write a letter and, ask the board, why you're late. I said, but let me just give you a backup is just that here's Eamon. You want to have an informal right now. This was several days after the day, several days after the deadline day. So you can have an informal and he can discuss, the real property, and because it was the boathouse over, well, we're not gonna talk about value, but it was a property over there. It was real property, and Eamon was the commercial property appraiser. So you can have an informal. There's no guarantees that you're going to agree. And if you want a guarantee to be heard, then you need to, or any kind of hope to be heard, you need to petition the ARB for the hearing. Why you're late? Good cause. Why you're late?
But he's not late for BPP.
No, he's not late for BPP.
So if we can respond, I think, to say the board grants you a hearing on the BPP protest.
But then you also probably need to make clear.
What's the word?
Yeah, because it's going to.
Real problem.
Yeah, because he has multiple accounts. It's unfortunate. I can't control what people do. It's unfortunate that he did not include. Is that the only piece of paper he has?
the only piece of paper he's got.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he did not include the one that he's late for. It would have been nice to have the one that he's late for with a circle, and I'm late on the May 28th one. And I think you just need to make a decision on that. That's the best way I understand. You have a letter from a property owner who obviously has the right to protest, does not even need to petition you to protest for a BPP account. Doesn't even need to read a letter to you because people still have time to do that, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that he wrote you a letter indicates, I think, his intent that I was late on this other one over here, the real property. So I think it's important to address it.
Okay.
How many, can we find out how many accounts we got?
I
It's just 2 accounts. Never mind.
I would say no on any real property that had a May 28th deadline date. He's still free to protest whatever he wants to with his BPP account.
Yeah.
Okay. You make a motion then?
Comment?
I'm okay. It's just a matter of how detailed you need to be in trying to fix the confusion. Because the guy, obviously, there is some confusion.
If we specify the BPP account.
I think he failed to say simple that piece of paper. Yeah, which was the other.
Did he fail or did he do that on purpose?
Well, good question.
Because here, it's kind of vague, my account. He doesn't say one way or the other which account he's talking about.
And for the record, he has at least one account that's past the deadline date. The one that he submitted to you isn't even past the deadline date. He doesn't even need your permission to protest that.
Right.
There's no need for a letter. Like,
okay.
That's.
Well, I kind of believe we should respond with something about this, because
For sure.
if we don't respond, then he's not going to do anything. And he's saying, I was waiting for your letter or your response, even though it's.
So let me ask this question, Mike.
What is Redfish? What is it called? Redfish?
Redfish Bay Boathouse LLC.
What's it called up the?
We're going to business as Redfish Bay Boathouse. So let me ask you this, Mike. There's a property ID number on this. Would that be the unique to the?
What's the property
Yeah,
ID?
it is.
It's 8809014.
That is the business personal property account, which is not delinquent. I mean, meaning it's not past the deadline. He could
Okay.
still protest this one if he wanted to.
Okay. Can you give us
This is-
another property
Yeah.
number that
Yep.
we can
Right,
rule on
right
to
there.
say you can't contest any real property.
That is that account number 70828.
70828.
Might want to write that down. That's correct. It's important that you don't discuss value here at all.
Right.
That's the other, what do you see? Redfish Bay LLC, Redfish Bay Boathouse and Ray. So the one he referenced, the LLC, is actually that one right there, the blue one. That's actually the real property one, but the one that he gave you attached on the back is the bottom one, which he still has the right to protest if he wants to.
Okay.
So you should address both, in my opinion. Like, just address it.
All right. So I move then on property account number 70828 belonging to Redfish Bay Boathouse LLC, that we not grant a hearing for the real property account 70828 because it is late. However, the owner is still timely on his business personal property account 8809014, and should he wish to protest that, he still has
Before the
time
21st.
before the 21st of June.
In favor?
Aye. Okay.
You take all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm stacking them all up back in one stack here.
I know you're ready to give it right back to me.
Okay, this is from the law offices of Rudy Vasquez, in San Antonio, Texas. And it was received June 4th by the appraisal district, stamped on the front. And there are two property IDs listed here, 65254 and 20295. Dear ARB Board, I spoke to the receptionist today when I called to inquire about my hearing date for the ARB for the above properties. I sent in my notices, it says or, but it should be probably on or shortly after April 20th, 2021 via regular US mail. I did not receive any follow-up. I called and was told that the protest did not show up in the system. I am requesting that my protest be allowed to proceed as I filed them as soon as I received the notice in the mail. My office makes a copy for my file and sends the notice in the mail. Please advise me to what the process is to address this issue. Respectfully, Rudy Vasquez.
When was this one received?
It was received June 4th. He signed it here under his signature June 2nd.
So it was already late.
It was already late.
Well, but it said, yeah, he claims he sent the protest on April 20th and never received any notification of hearing. Now, and if we don't have any record of it, then we didn't get it. Is there any way he could prove that he sent something on the 20th?
Well, there is a copy here that was dated April 30th. And he is.
April 30th?
Yep, he is contesting Q1.
Okay, his letter said the 20th. Or at least as you read it.
Yeah, it does say the 20th. The notices have even gone out by then?
By what day?
April 20th. I don't think so. I think they, well, maybe they went out. So,
Let's look at the notice. We're able to look at the notice.
What's the account?
Here it is.
oh, 65254.
May 28th is deadline date. So April 28th was the date of the
Yeah.
notice. April 28th was the date of the notice. For somebody to sign it on the 30th would have been, 30th was actually on a Sunday. Is that right?
I think you're right, Mike.
Yeah, it was actually on a Sunday. Nobody could have signed it. They wouldn't, I mean, unless they received it the first actual day.
What town is it? What
It's
town
in
is?
Amarillo. Oh, this is San Antonio, I think.
Yeah, San Antonio.
It would actually went out on the 28th. Sunday was the 30th.
So we had to get to San Antonio on one day.
It would have had to happen either, it would have had to happen either the 28th or 29th. It could have come in Saturday.
Okay.
But I mean, ultimately, you're left with the decision of granting a late protest.
So then there's the issue of he returned it but didn't follow up. But
We're not required, I mean, how could we possibly know that we didn't receive?
Yeah, it's like, raise your hand if you can't hear me.
Right, right.
Okay.
There's no possible way we could know.
Well, but we don't, and we don't give any guidance to the protester to, if you don't hear from us by X date, is that what it's saying? Yeah, I would imagine you would.
Do we have record? We have no record that we ever gave them a hearing date?
No, I mean, if we had,
No, evidently not.
I can look one more time, but if we had, it would be put in as a protest. So on this bottom thing right here, that's the letter that he just wrote, the 6-4 letter right here. But,
I'm just checking the other things, Mike,
yeah,
just
like,
in case.
sometimes we have correspondence here.
Yeah.
But over here in the ARB inquiry, our procedure is to, to actually write in here, to say 2021, and it would say they created, and it, this is when it was created. That's when the protest would be created.
Okay.
And so we were still receiving lots of mail from, May 28th and thereafter, like for a good 7 days after, and then it tailed off because it's kind of the bulk of the end of the protest,
But if he signed up on the Sunday of April 38th or whatever it was, and stuck it back in the mail that Monday.
You mean the 30th is when he said
Yeah,
he signed?
30th was when he signed it, which I guess was a Sunday.
So then he would have mailed it
On Monday,
on Monday, maybe Monday the 31st.
and the ARB has,
The district
has no record of.
We have no record of receiving it. No.
Well, I'd say if the district doesn't have any record of receiving it,
Didn't happen.
it didn't happen. Mail does make mistakes, but there would have been almost a month here. Even if the mail was delayed, it didn't happen.
Didn't come back to him, didn't return to sender, didn't.
Yeah, lots of time, even if he left it on his desk for a week and mailed it. Almost 3-4 weeks before the deadline. I'm thinking no. Sure. Just because he signed it doesn't prove that he mailed it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No? So I'm gonna make a motion on property ID 65254 and 20295 that we not grant Mr. Vasquez a hearing because it appears that the appraisal district did not receive his protest form
In a
timely fashion.
May 20.
On or before May 28th.
Second,
A second.
all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Who seconded that?
Scott,
Thank you.
you got it.
So this is addressed to the ARB. This was not stamped, but was in my possession as of June 4th, signed by Valerie. And this pertains to a hearing, I guess it was case 226, so the hearing was, we'll read the letter in a minute, but it's PID or property ID 54794. I would like to request permission to have my hearing rescheduled. On June 1, 2021, 10 a.m. was my allotted time. I was at work in a meeting. Please advise if this can be done. Thank you, Jack Young. It was addressed.
A lot of times was what you said?
Was June 1st at 10 a.m.
Oh, okay.
And he was in a meeting and couldn't make it.
Well, there's ample opportunity prior to the hearing date for him to call in and get it rescheduled.
Yes.
You get one free reschedule.
No. All right, make a motion then on property ID 54794. I make a motion that we not grant Mr. Jack Young a second hearing as he was a no-show for his allotted time on June 1st at 10 a.m.
Second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye. Okay, that's it.
And then it's just see if anybody shows at 3 o'clock.
You got to deal with it.
Donna brought that in. Missing the signature there. It's like you dated it and then
What did I do?
you dated it and didn't sign
Sign it? Oh, that's clever.
it. Probably why I didn't feel like there was that many of them.
Huh?
You said there wasn't that many of them when you were signing
Yeah,
them,
that's
that's
right.
why.
That's why.
That's 45. Mike said that one. Oh, 45 minutes. Yes?
I meant from.
See, you're supposed to keep
yeah,
us from doing that.
yeah.
I know, it was my fault, I didn't catch it.
1:30.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking, yeah, sorry. You're all right.
I'm just trying to.
I'm trying to get it passed. We're trying to get.
Huh?
You know, it is odd that we have so many protests and that we have so many no-shows. It's
Yeah.
I just did remember last year, there's by July 20th, we have to certify the roll.
Mhm.
And it's important that we have at least 95% of the what's under protest already handled.
Mm-hmm.
And so we do a calculation, the district does a calculation every so often, like I'll run one every week until then. We're at 14.7 and we have to be at less than 5. So we've got quite a bit out there that needs to be like taken in, but we've got approximately 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
It's a no-show, right? It'll be a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't know if I should increase the docket number, but just as soon as you do that, everybody shows at the same time, so it's hard. I mean, yeah, I don't have a good answer.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we have over 2,100 protests. Now, we've already handled several of them. I mean, some were informals, informally settled, and some you've already heard, so, that number's down. And then, of course, even if you've gone through a day and if they're a no-show, and it's still considered, therefore it's no longer under
Okay,
review.
that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah, so that number will continue.
Basically, it's just no action, right?
Yeah, there's no.
It's like they protested and we didn't do anything.
Well-
Or we accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that allows them, if they get an ARB order, and they have future rights and remedies. That's why one of the things you always say, even if you disagree with the decision or whatever, they have right to arbitration and or to sue or to sell a hearing, I believe. I've never had one of those. But if they don't have an ARB order, then their rights and remedies they're different. You know, they're changed. They still have the right to 25/25 delta, which is over by 1/3 or 1/4, depending if it's a homestead or not homestead. But it's interesting that we have so many and we have so many no-shows.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many did you do before I got here? Before 10 o'clock?
4?
I'm not sure,
Yeah,
it's
so-
3 anyway.
Okay, so 4, probably 4 all total in the morning.
4.
Yeah. And we just had 1 at the 10 o'clock docket
Mhm.
that showed up. So yeah, probably 4 and 1 at the 10 o'clock docket. So 5 this morning.
The first one was the lady and her husband.
Yeah.
And then the second one was that the guy with the big mustache, contract?
I think so.
And then the third one was,
Older gentleman, single-story house.
yep. That's what I came in. That's right. And then the last one was, Seaside.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Got out of Coconut Ridge. This button is probably, that's right. It is a-
Yeah.
It's a nice little setup.
You're still recording.
Yes, we're probably still on.
Okay. Oh. Quite a few. Okay. 3 o'clock. 6.
Okay, yeah, we'll see who shows up. Could be a late afternoon. I mean, if everybody shows up, it will be.
So, somebody from Pflugerville.
San Antonio, Bernie, Beeville. Rockport, Pflugerville, Rockport.
I see. Get your boat fixed up?
Oh, yeah.
Daryl was working on it a couple weeks ago.
Replacing air conditioner.
Oh,
Died.
they do that. Got dirty water.
No, it's just the compressor shorted out.
Huh.
Just
What boat do you have?
34 foot. Sport fishing. Have you never seen the boat?
Hmm?
You've never seen the boat?
Your boat?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, I might have. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a 2001 boat. Yeah, it's about right around 20 years old now, I guess. But it's,
Hopefully you went snack fishing this weekend.
no. It was 3-foot seas. And my crew doesn't do well with 3-foot seas.
I like those glass flat days.
We took a ride down to Port Headache to check out and see if it was true, and it was true.
Yeah, those last 150, 200 yards going to the jetties, that kind of gives you, kind of tells you what's fixing to happen.
Yeah.
It's been said many times, if you can fish out of Rockport or out of Port Aransas, you can fish anywhere in the world.
No.
It's so rough.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, it just beat you to death. But once you get out of blue water, you get 50 miles offshore, it's just nice as it can be usually.
Right.
It just depends on, it's just that ride out. It's just because you're against everything. Coming back, you're riding, like trailing sea. So it's just a lot of this.
Okay.
But going out, it's,
Somebody told me one time that as you go, it was specifically from Key to Legro, but I probably days here. Because you're going out toward, what's the island?
San Jose.
San Jose Island. That you're never more than about 10 feet deep. Does the water not get any deeper than that?
Where?
About 10 feet between here and San Jose Island? Or does it get deeper than
No,
that?
it's, when you cross the ditch.
The intercoastal?
Intercoastal,
Okay.
it'll go to about 14.
Okay. Even that's not very deep. How deep is the intercoastal?
About 14, 15.
Oh, okay.
Kind of. I want to say mid-80s cruise craft, but it's kind of done.
Oh, Connie?
Yeah. Those neat little boats.
Connie?
Yeah. What model is yours making this?
Lures.
Oh, it's a lure. Okay. Yeah, we used to go out 30-something foot lures out of Grand Canyon. Comfortable. Neat. Take grandma and kids, go out to go take them snorkeling and then go make a morning dive and then bring them back in shallow and let the kids snorkel. And grandma can sit inside in the air conditioning. It's nice and comfortable.
Yeah, 2 air conditioners, one for the forward cabin and one for the lounge. And one for the lounge died.
And you can get under Harbor Oak Bridge with the.
No.
Oh.
Keep it in the yacht harbor, in the Rockport Harbor. Long dock food.
Your air conditioners, something specific to marine applications, or is it something like an RV air conditioner, rooftop air
It's
conditioner?
water cooled. It's the thing.
Oh, okay, water cool.
Charlie, did you ever know little guy, Lure? Johnny Lure? Lure? Not the dad. Little John.
We talked.
He was an interesting kid.
I was a
He's my age.
I was the president of the POA for Harbor Oaks for 7 years. He owns property in Harbor Oaks.
The Little John or Big John? Big John is the older one that just passed away. He was in his early 90s or mid 90s, I guess. Little John passed away at 49. He was the coolest guy you ever met.
from a standpoint that he lived the life of about 20 of the great adventurers of the whole world. He never held a job. He was always a boat captain.
Yeah.
And he was always able to land these wonderful rides. And the reason I'm telling this story is because he ran a 63 Spencer. Well, that was basically his last career job as a captain. And he won every tournament, the last couple of years that he fished, he won every tournament along the Texas coast.
Okay.
And the one at Gulf Shores or one of the Alabama tournaments, and then also went to Cabo, and he won the Bisbee's Black and Blue twice. Once for the.
Did you ever do the one in Cuba?
Did he? I don't know. I don't know. He fished all over the world. He fished South Africa. Hensley was one of his buddies. But the reason I'm bringing all this up is the Spencer was parked at the end of one of those streets that comes off of Albatross on Key Allegra.
Okay.
Not finished there, but go back this way, and I can't remember exactly what street it was, but it sat at the end. And you would think that would be semi-clean water because it's really close to, but he said, I have to change the air conditioning filter because the boat runs all day, every day. The air conditioner runs all day, every day, just to keep it moving. And he said, I have to change those filters daily. It's every single day I change those filters out because the water is just so nasty around Key Allegra.
Yeah, the problem we've had for the last couple of years at this time of year, and they're out there now, are jellyfish. And the jellyfish get caught up in the screens, and they just plug the whole thing up, and then it overheats and shuts down on an overheat alarm. Because I used to run, years ago when we first moved over to Long Dock 2, I was running the air conditioner full time to keep it dry, dehumidified.
Yeah.
And I was constantly fighting the jellyfish in the screens. So
A couple of years ago, we ran into
a dehumidifier that sits on the counter and runs all the time.
It's
Doesn't require
much easier.
Doesn't require seawater. It takes a lot of water out. It really.
A couple of years ago, we had an infestation of sea squirts. Never seen them before.
Sea squirts?
Sea squirts. They're kind of like a barnacle, like a cross between a barnacle and a sponge.
Yeah.
And they were all over all the pilings, pier pilings, just underwater. And it looks like it looks like a fuzzy little thumb sticking out. And basically it just squirts water.
Okay.
And they were everywhere. And what the heck is that? And finally figured out that they were sea squirts.
Okay, is that the way it propels itself?
No, it's fixed. It fixes
Okay.
itself. It's a barnacle, but not a barnacle. It's soft.
Yeah.
Squishy.
Huh.
There were just tons of them all around Key Lake. You look, and of course, things like that get into anything that like bilges and bilge pumps and burn out pumps and burn out air conditioners, raw water deal. And
Yeah, the problem with my air conditioner inlet is that it doesn't have a grill over it. It's just a hole.
oh, yeah.
It goes up into the screen. So the screen is the first line of defense.
You get some like stainless screen to go on the
Well,
edge of the hole.
brass. I ought to have one of those brass fittings with the slots in it.
Okay.
That might help. But the other day, Friday, we went out, and when I started up the generator, I wasn't getting any water. So I shut it down. Took the boat out of the slip, started out of the harbor, started up again, got plenty of water. I had apparently sucked a jellyfish just to cover the end of the tube. Didn't suck it up the tube, but just to cover the end of it. It wouldn't pass any water. And then when I moved the shut the generator down, took the suction away and moved the boat, it swept it off. The jellyfish are.
In plastic bags.
You could walk.
Yeah.
You could walk across the harbor on the jellyfish.
And those cabbage chips. Ugh,
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
yeah.
And they come in all sizes.
Yep.
Have little ones. You can only see the big ones, but there's little ones that are that big. Okay. Create all kind of habit. That fella that I mentioned, we were recording, I won't go into too much, but that fella I mentioned just a few minutes ago, he said, yeah, he had property in Harbor Oaks. I was in Roatan and said he wanted to shop in town. And Macaulay was, our son was probably 6 years old or something like that. And he and I didn't have any interest in going shop to shop to shop, looking for junk. And I'm walking down the street and there's a pharmacia and the staircase going upstairs. There was a bar, cigar bar, and it had Havana cigars.
Yeah.
Like, that looks cool, comfortable. I can get a beer. Let's go up there. So he was like, okay, Dad, let's go. So we bebop up there, and it was just me, okay, and my son, and the bartender. So we sit there, I order the beer, and he gives me a cigar, and so we light the cigar, and we're sitting there, and Macaulay's sitting there drinking his Coke. We started talking, he said, where are you from? I said, little small town you never heard of in Texas. He said, where in Texas are you from? And I said, look, north of Corpus Christi, it's called Rockport, Texas. He said, oh, do you know that fellow that I mentioned? And I said, yeah, he's my neighbor. I said junior or senior, because junior passed away. And he said, no, the old man. And he said, yeah, he used to own a resort down here. And he and my dad were in partnership. And he did some really nasty things to him, to his dad. Okay. It caused him to declare to have to go into bankruptcy. Oh. And he said, yeah, they had a beautiful resort down here. And he was one of the investors, but he had the 51%. My dad had the 49%. You know how that works out. Yeah. It was like, oh my God. I can't get away. I can't get away from, you know.
Well, you know, we built a house on Roatan. I showed you the picture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And when we went to sell it, this couple came through and they looked it all over and they liked it. And they signed on the dotted line. And they were from Aransas Pass.
It's a small world out there. Yeah. I've always said that. It's a small world.
It really is.
Somebody's going to know your mother's behavior.
Yeah.
We lived in Switzerland for a couple of years in our assignment back in the mid-'80s. In our apartment, landlady had a big map, world map. And of course, it was actually done, centered in Europe, since it was done by the European map company. And I love gummy bears that I would get. And I was lying in bed, just popping gummy bears one night, looking at the map. And I looked at Texas, and they had Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Rockport. On a world map. I couldn't believe
Switzerland.
Yeah, this was on a world map from Europe.
When he went to Switzerland, this was before you could do online banking and you can now.
Right.
I did his banking for him here in the States. And I had all his accounts and everything, and I did whatever he told me to do. The people in the bank got to know me as him.
Mr. Wager.
I went in to use my account after we got back. This is you. Like my idea, you're not Wagner. Wagner's some skill, shit with a goatee.
Yeah, why make a big deal out of it? It's like, okay.
Yeah, we tried for a while. This is back, well, last time we had moved, so this was back in '86, I think, was it?
Yeah, something like that.
And the time we moved prior to that, forwarding mail was, if you were in the same zip code, AKA post office, they would forward everything.
Okay.
And so when we moved overseas, we rented our house for a short period of time. And we're trying to deal with mail, how to get mail over to him so he could get it over to Switzerland. And IBM at the time was really weird about mail forwarding. And for international signees, they would not do mail forwarding. And so that was getting to be a real problem because, you know, paying bills and stuff like that. But anyway, just trying to get the mail to Charlie. And even though they lived in Lago Vista, their zip code was the same zip code. And it really turned out to not matter because even if you forward from one address to another address in the same town, they had instituted this great improvement called central forward. So all the mail would get stickered and go down to Austin, where somebody would
Shuffle it.
get a new address sticker stuck on it, and it would go to where it was being forwarded. And so we originally were forwarding to his address, and that was taking a week to 10 days to go through that process.
And y'all were neighbors, basically.
Well, no, they lived in Lago Vista, and we lived in Leanders.
Oh,
They
got it,
were out
got
in
it.
183, and they were out west of Cedar Park.
I see.
So we tried all kinds of stuff to get them. Charlie's wife said, well, can we put a box in the post office, and if it's something for wire, just throw it in the box. We'll come by every weekend. No, can't do that. It's got to go to central board. So what we ended up doing is just left my address the same. They would deliver it to my mailbox at the house. And the renters were staying at. The renters were actually had a PO box down in Cedar Park or something. But they would pick up the mail and throw it in a box in the garage, and once a week, Fran would come and pick it up. All right, so now
as long as they're trustworthy, that would work fine.
So now the challenge is, how do you get it over to Europe? And since IBM technically wouldn't forward,
Sounds easy. Inter-office mail.
exactly, yeah, that's what you say, inter-office mail, right? Well, I think they had from IBM Austin to Switzerland to Zurich was they would do once a week.
Okay.
Inter-office mail. Now, it turns out my sister, since I grew up in New York, my sister worked at the IBM research lab in Yorktown. And since I was at the research lab in Zurich, they had overnight mail.
Oh, okay.
So Charlie would forward stuff, and I think we actually used just regular mail to forward to my sister in New York, and then she'd dump it in inter-office mail, and it would come in, night after. But just working through those little details, right?
Yeah.
Being overseas sometimes has some challenges associated.
Life's a little aggravations.
Yeah, right.
Things that seem simple get made difficult by people.
Usually by people.
Yeah. Great idea.
So you were talking small world stories. I went to college with a guy that he owns a pickup truck accessories company in Richardson, Texas, or Dallas. And he's now the president. His dad started this company when we were in college. Anyway, Bob Orth is his name. About 6-7 years ago, before I retired, I was in Grand Junction, Colorado, in a Chevron office there. And they got 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive trucks, just parked. Because they're oil filled trucks there that the Chevron people drive. So I'm walking with this guy from Mustang Engineering out of Houston. And we're walking across the parking lot, and I stop, and it's like, oh wow, I'm looking at this one grill guard, big grill guard thing in front of the truck. And I said, a good friend of mine that I went to college with, I said, he owns that company. The guy looks over there and he goes, oh, Bob Orth. I went, whoa, Bob. And Bob's wife is Korean. Is that right? No, she's not Korean. She's Taiwanese. And this guy's wife was Taiwanese, and they met each other at the local Dallas chapter of the Taiwanese Society. It's like, wow, this is a small world.
There are things that you come across every now and then. Cam and I were walking down the street in Zurich, downtown Zurich, which is not really big to begin with, but in any case, we're walking down the street and I hear, "Hey, Scott, Scott." I turn around, there's this guy who was a college, he wasn't a roommate, but we were both in electrical engineering. But this guy, I hadn't seen for 20 years, show up.
Yep.
Halfway across the world.
I had a handful of occasions where I'd see people that I knew from, different jobs or whatever in airports around the world.
Amazing.
Run across them.
I, of course, was in the automobile business, and I got kind of heavily in. One of the stores that we had was a Chevrolet. We had all kind of lumped together: a Chevrolet store, a Dodge store, and a Ford store. And I ran across a company that made grill guards and headache racks and accessories.
Yeah.
And it was called Caspar Wireworks out of Shiner, Texas.
I've heard of them. Yeah.
And it was the coolest looking grill guard. And I had everybody from big ranch owners to day cowboys that loved those things because of the way they looked. And I liked them because of the way they fit.
Okay.
And Ranch Hand had gotten shipped overseas, and they started buying Chinese steel.
Yeah.
And every time I would bring one in, I had to have a welder and a grinder on hand to make it.
Yeah.
We pull the factory marker off and slide that thing. It's supposed to just slide in. It doesn't. You have to hammer on it and beat on it and grind on it to make it. It's just off a little, but it's enough to just drive you absolutely out of your mind. And those things are not light.
No.
I mean, they're meant to be a hammer or an anvil or a tool. So I really like Caspar, and they were close, and they were made in Shiner, Texas by Texans. It was great. And the short version is David Caspar owns a house next door to our really close friends on Fulton Beach Road.
Okay.
Just ran into him, just had him.
Yeah.
I mean, as you're driving down Fulton Beach Road, you see this gate, the driveway with a gate, and it's a jumping marlin that's like hand welded. Well, that was his.
Okay.
And we're sitting out one day, and he introduced himself. I said, I used to do a heck of a lot of business with a company called Caspar Wireworks, which at the time, it was originally, it's one of those legacy Texas businesses. It was called Wireworks because they were a barbed wire manufacturer when Texas went from the open range to private ranching, and they supplied the wire that crisscrossed all across Texas, especially South Texas. And then as that business started to run out, they made newspaper boxes for the whole world.
Okay.
Put a quarter in or a nickel or a dime or whatever.
Okay.
And they
those buckets.
They would make those newspaper boxes. And that's how they graduated from barbed wire, which was, you don't really need to make that much, and it's cheaper coming out of overseas. They went to the newspaper thing, and they were in the newspaper business for years and years and years. And then the truck thing came along, and I guess it was his son that drove that.
Yeah.
And Bamfield by Ranch Hand, and they shipped everything back overseas, and they quit making it because it was cheaper for them to just import it.
Yeah.
And they've got tons of businesses, all kinds of different things. I mean, he got huge. And David just, I mean, he's kind of like the chairman or CEO or whatever, he doesn't really do anything. It's the kids all run all this stuff. He just looks at the financial statement and says, okay.
Yeah.
But Rockville, Texas.
Yeah.
Small.
My friend Bob, that has the pickup truck accessories company, his dad's still around, Bob. They've gone from, they still make some pickup truck accessories. They do most of their own manufacturing, but they've really gone from an accessories company to really more custom metal manufacturing of all kinds. They bought a company out that used to be a big supplier for them. Clifton, Texas. Those guys
Where that is.
wanted that to sell their business, came to Go Industries and said, hey, we have to get out of business. So they did.
There's very little in Clifton, Texas.
Where's that near?
Somewhat
It's
south.
west of Waco, a little south and west of Waco.
Yeah.
Not close to Hamilton really, but McGregor is close by.
Yeah.
It's on 84,
I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's something. There was a dealer there that I used to do some business with. Thought about it when he was ready to sell. I thought about, well, we'll just expand over that way because all of our stores were 30 miles from each other.
Oh, okay.
Each one, Gatesville, Temple, Colleen, Waco,
Yeah.
Cameron, Rockdale, College Station. So each one was a 30-mile jump from one to the next. It just didn't work out that way. But I didn't. Clifton was kind of like up and out, and it was kind of not on a. It just didn't, for some reason, make any sense to. Yeah, I didn't really know where. No, thank God we didn't do that. Glad to be out of
But
that.
what was the name of the dealerships?
We centralized it. It was called the Tranum Auto Group.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've heard of them.
Yeah, we had 9 different stores. We
Okay.
had laser washes, like the Blue Marlin laser wash up here. We had laser washes under the, it was called the tag laser wash.
Okay.
They were all built exactly the same. They were limestone 2-bay car wash, automatic car wash that you drove through, but they all had, it was kind of looked like a Quonset hut, but it was a stone building with a bright red metal roof on it,
Okay.
and then neon across the front that said tag,
Okay.
laser wash. And everywhere there was a dealership, there was a tag laser wash. Or
okay.
2.
Yeah.
Kind of depended, and basically that was just a piece of real estate, but it eliminated porters that were car washing guys that sometimes weren't real reliable. And we could have one guy that would get in the car and he would drive to the car wash and he would put a coupon in and drive through and then go around back and drive off and get it all nice and ready and then go to a gas station, fill it up, and then we could deliver it to the customer. And it eliminated like hours and hours and hours of backlog of rubbing on these things.
Detailing.
All this stuff.
Yeah.
Smoking cigarettes and hanging out and hiding in the bathroom. Right. So, but then when we weren't washing our cars, public was washing. So we would give them his.
I hope y'all enjoyed that break. We got 3 people.
Don't make us go to work.
Yep, are you ready?
3 people at once.
At once. They have to wait their turn.
So there we go.
Is your phone Android?
No, it's not.
No.
Mom, this is a lot easier than last year.
Third donation.
With the masks and sitting in the car and.
Like that Sam and Ann Smith, go ahead, the table right over there. You can leave it. And then the case number is 567, count 64699.
Oh, it is gonna blind me. What is that?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get started. so-
Ministrivia?
If you just kind of follow along, I have a few questions along the way.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-567, account 64699. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today.
Again,
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, there will be a document created that will go out to you in snail mail. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence. Area members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert David, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Ann Smith, solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Samuel Smith, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Sutton. I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Do either of you hold, an appraiser's license?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a sheet of paper on the table there, over here. It shows the procedure we're going to follow.
Okay.
All right. And you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first. Mike.
I'm going first.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Last year, we protested the proposed land value increase. Can I have the light on? I can't see what I'm reading. And settled for a 56.77 increase from 2019 to 2020. Out of principle, we are here again today because we feel that your proposed 15.29% of improved value increase is arbitrary. We understand that all property will experience an increase, and your job is to value the property based on recent sales. However, that increase should be equal to all properties and not a random figure for some and not all. To do a fair comparison that removed speculation and showed fact, we took the 13 of the 40 comps, and I did a spreadsheet and compared the percent change of improvement value, land value, and taxes paid from 2015 to 2021. What I found was that the properties like ours, not sold after 2019, had a fairly consistent percentage increase in improvement value of 12% or lower. Your proposed 15.29% increase on our property is higher than 8 of the 13 comps. I took the first of the 13 of the 40 in order of, from what I received from your office. And 8 out of those 13 were lower than 12%. The remaining 5 were over 15% and had strange numbers, large jumps and drops in value that skewed the numbers, making the comparison unrealistic. We know that money has to come from somewhere, but we would prefer it not to be what appears to be random. We also did a comparison, that's the second set of documents that says Poinciana Street comps, of houses on our street. We have a very short street, there's only 21 homes. And all of that, when you search on the real estate sites like Zillow and Realtor.com, the appraisal district's appraisal was considerably lower than these sites. The address 1002 Poinciana, for example, has $100,000 less appraisal than the lowest estimate on these sites. Yet CAD only increased their improved value by 12%. That number just keeps coming up, 12%. Random selection for increases isn't fair, and it appears random the more comparisons I make. Obviously, sold property estimates are a guide, but why does our property have an accelerated increase higher than others? I've spent weeks trying to understand the method that your body uses to increase value, and I am bleary-eyed over the task. But Bill, the analysis that we have provided you will show you that a percentage increase equal to all, with all other factors removed, is what is fair. It doesn't become more evident than with the 56.77% increase in our land last year, an issue that still stings, especially when the facts show that out of these 13 comps that you provided, 11 of them have a far lower land percentage increase than we do. But I digress. So what we are proposing is that you change the improved value figure to align with like 12% in less properties, and in do so, the improved value would change from 253,490 to 244,300, and change the tax proposal for us to pay from $4,691.93 to $4,557.42. In general scheme of things, this protest doesn't represent a lot of money, and it's not about the money. It's about the principle that we feel that all properties should be treated equally, no matter the appraised, real, or randomly selected appraisal. Thank you.
12 seconds left, 11 seconds.
No, thank you.
Perfect time.
Perfect, yay. That's unusual for me.
Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. So this is just their evidence, and I
Okay,
can
now
have
you
it come
can
a little
turn the light
closer. Yeah. Yeah, I can turn the light. Thank you very much.
That won't be able to see.
Sure. Is that, let me see if,
Here we go.
I guess that's as good as it gets right there. Okay. Let's just go through the evidence at the top, I guess. There was 13, I believe. This is one of 20, no.
Their evidence?
Their evidence, yeah.
There were 40 that you provided us, and I did a
guess-
comparison of
Yeah,
13.
this is the sales ratio.
Mhm.
This is the subject, I believe, 64699 is the subject. And then the very first one that they did was the sold. There's an analysis here from a percent change from one year to the next. I guess what I'd like to address first is that the value that was attributable to last year's value was a 2020 value. This thing was under protest last year. I just looked in the account, so I'll testify that it was denied from a market value standpoint, but it was improved from an equity standpoint. So any valuation modification that was done by the board last year was from an equity basis. So, and I guess in my cross-examination, one of the things I would ask is that, so we're talking about a percentage change from, I guess we're talking about land value specifically?
No,
Overall,
we-
this 56 number comes from what?
that's the land, percent change from previous year of the CAD land value history, which is to the left of that column.
Okay.
But now it is this 15.29%, which is the improvement value.
Gotcha. Okay, so now, okay, so there's two things that the subject property owners indicated, the 56 and the 15. And then they're making comparisons about to, I believe this is an improvement. And then there's something to the land in 21. So there's 0 and then 15. So I'm not quite sure last year if the improvement was changed or the.
No, it was not. Or was it? It may have gone up.
Yeah, the land remained the same last year, so all of the change from an equity standpoint was done just to the structure. So what they would have, the subject property owners would have seen this year is the market value forces to the delta between the actual market force pushing up and the pull of basically any adjustment that would have come out because market values are going up. Okay, that's all the time I have to spend with this. Let me go into my presentation. There's a lot there for sure. So go to next. Currently have evaluation of 320 and changes of the property. I have a 5 FP minus on the subject as far as classification. We have 3.99 acres, so almost 4 acres here. Once again, this is the photometry imagery. Very nice setup with the private entry and the class 5 subject property. Continue on. These are the comparable sales. We tried to pull out of the, I think you indicated 40 something. We'll get to the sales ratio. I'll know that number in a minute. But we pulled the whole sales ratio, and then from those we pulled the ones that are most comparable to the subject. And what I mean by that is we're trying to get in the same class, maybe get close to on effective age. And the adjustments are made for in the land element as well. This one's on Poinciana. Weeping Willow is a sale that sold for $268,500. It's a 5SS, just like the subject. It's a little bit bigger than the subject and a little bit newer than the subject. You'll see negative adjustments there. Right here. Let's see, 2080 and 2292. When you compare it to the subject, this renders a value of 315. Weeping Willow. Weeping Willow is another one on Weeping Willow, 1101. That's sold for 369. You'll notice that the land is very similar. The class is very similar. The effective age is very similar. This one is a little bit bigger than the subject. FB is better than an SS, just generally in class. One is standard siding frame home, the other one's a hardy plank home. That one renders a value of 323 and change. Comp number 3 is another sale, sold for 380. This is on 1602 Poinciana. The subject is on Poinciana as well. This sold for 380. This is a 5 FB, so this is pretty good comparison from class standpoint. You know, they're both 5 FB hardy plank homes. It's a little bit smaller than the subject, a little bit newer than the subject. There's adjustments there for you. And this renders a value of 309 when compared to the subject. Griffith Drive, that one sold for 294 and change. That's a 5 DS, which is a vinyl siding home. You can look at the adjustments there as well. That renders a value of 341. The biggest one about this sale right here, which is the same class of home, the biggest difference is that this value for this comp is more valuable than the subject comp value. When you look at the land value that we have for $67,000 for approximately 4 acres in Poinciana, it's pretty small. Actually, that renders value 319, which says
that you should absolutely agree with the property owner. We have 320, there's not even 1,000, maybe not even a few $100 change. From an equity standpoint, how much time do we have?
30 seconds, 35 seconds.
From an equity standpoint, these are not necessarily sales. We're just trying to pull other 5 classes, 5 SSs, 5 FBs. This renders a median value of these kinds of property of 326, which supports the value of 320. You can see both the classifications of the homes. You can see the square footages of the homes. Go to next. These comps 3 and 4, also 5 FB and 5 MB. And again, renders a value of 326 when compared with 320. Supports the value from an equity standpoint. Minor adjustments from sales comparisons.
Okay. You have now 2 minutes for.
Would you like the light on, man?
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
My numbers.
So you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and 2 minutes for protester rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes here.
Like I said, I'm not an appraiser and I never have done this, so it's all I know is numbers, and all I know is that when I look at and put them all equal, apples to apples, we are up on the top of the end of the scale, and I guess I don't understand why.
From a percentage standpoint or from a what? Like what specific, what can I answer?
I don't understand where you come, I mean, I get the comps. But when I look at, for instance, my not next door neighbor, but the neighbor down, the comp on, when I look at Realtor.com or Zillow, trying to find some sort of an estimate of what it would be, their property is $100,000 less than the highest estimate on Zillow or Realtor.com. Whereas ours is $40,000.
Would you like me to look at that one? I mean, I don't know what you're asking of me. Like I can, if you give me an address, I can investigate and try to answer a question for you.
I just hate to, then I'm turning in my neighbors and then you're gonna be after them, and that's not fair either. I mean, this is a really.
But it is fair. It's fair to you and it's fair to the rest of the citizens of Aransas County for me to be as accurate as possible.
Right, and I just don't understand where the accuracy comes from, because it seems random and inaccurate to me. It doesn't seem, there's no parity. When you go through all of these, every one of them, with the exception of, let's see, and
you're looking at the sales ratio report?
I'm looking at my thing that I did. For instance, property number 60309.
Okay.
1101 Weeping Willow.
Let's look at that one.
Okay.
So we're pulling that one up.
Okay.
60309.
Mm-hmm. They're comparable in size of 2.44 acres.
Well, 2.44 and 4 are different.
Wow.
First of all.
Yeah, but I'm more concerned about the improved.
Okay, let's look at the improved.
Versus
Can you pull
than that.
I'm on it. I'm on it. You want it up there, Mike? You want packs up there?
I think the property owner wants it.
10-4.
Comparison.
You can, I'm gonna look at my sheet.
So go to, yeah.
It was built in 88, and then there was a total improvement in 10. They have 2 houses on the property.
This one was a 20 that held at 375 from last year's deal, I guess. There's an ARV method that's still there.
What does that mean?
That means that there was a decision that was rendered according to, I guess, a sale that they had. Without going into it, I could look, but can I, normally what, like if you go into the account, you can actually see what the value would have been. Go into about improved, yeah. Normally the value would be 402. But having said that, the land shouldn't change, so the difference is, I mean, there's a big change right here. So I don't know what was done as a result. I can look, if you want me to look. We can go in Airbnb.
I mean, that's a comp you gave me, so,
Okay. Let's go into that Airbnb quick.
It was an online appeal that was accepted. Scroll down. This was compared to theirs. This is a 5SS. So the biggest thing I could say between yours and theirs, I'm trying to answer this question for this one. Biggest thing I can see from yours to theirs is the standard siding column, which is adjusted. Theirs is smaller than yours as far as an acreage. So those things, those things matter.
But then you look at the percent change from 20 to 21 on their actual value on improvements. And so in 2020, they were up 14% from 19, and then they were 3% from 19 to 20. That caught my eye. Well, why? Why did they only go up 3% and I went up 15.29?
From 20 to 21?
Yes.
Okay, again, one of the things I said is that there was a rendered equity value last year by a board here. So this one didn't experience that big of a change from one year to another.
What was the rendered equity value? I don't understand what that is.
Okay, your property was protested last year. The board denied your protest on market value, but they accepted your value on an equity value. So there's two things under protest. There was, just like that year, there's two things under protest. And I went back there and looked, because I wanted to know why. Because I can't remember all of these different ones. But yeah. For this particular one, is this the comps you brought up? This one sold this last year. This was one of the sales. This one sold for $369. So why do we have a value of $375 on this property? It's really close to the market value of $369.
Right, but the year before it was at 360. So it was overvalued then, is that what you're saying, just because it hadn't sold and you didn't have that data?
No, it sold in January of 20. Sold for $369.
Right,
We had a value
and
of
their taxes
$360. We had a value of $360. So it was like right there. And we had $375 on it this year because there's actually more people buying out there this year. So they were in early January, like computer deeds and sales on this one. We're way over on time here, but this is a January of 2020 sale. So this 369 has influence both for the 2020 year and for 2021 kind of. So we would have picked up that value.
But my point is that people that are not selling their houses like us, that have not sold, it has not changed hands,
Right.
19 or before, their increases are consistently under 12%, and ours are consistently over. And that's the whole, nothing changed. Both of these properties, nothing changed. People are still there, nothing happened, they didn't do anything to them. And then, and the Poinciana is going up 3 to 12%, and ours is going 15. Their properties are going up 10 to 20%, ours are going up 56. I just don't understand why ours sticks out further than anyone else.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at it. Bigger districts look at just the appraisal ratio, and then they add like if we go back to my evidence, I know we're way past time. I don't even know where we're at, but I'm gonna try to answer the question. There's a couple of ways you can go about it. The way that the district goes about it is that there's two things under protest: market value, so that we, from that list of properties of sales ratio, those are actually sales. We pull the best ones we can in comparison to your subject. And so whenever we go through that, we pull those, go to the sales comps. We pull these 1, 2, 3, 4 comps because they're about 5, and they're in your area. And generally speaking, we make comparisons to those. Bigger districts, what they'll do is they'll come down all the way to the sales ratio. What they'll do is they'll put everybody at that same level, and then moving forward every year, what they'll do is they'll make the changes. They'll before they do this analysis, they'll actually look at the change before. So they'll look at the sales ratio before they actually do any changes, like they're 80% of every listing. So in a perfect world, all the houses are identical. They're all in identical lots. They all sell for $80,000 one year, and the next year they all sell for $100,000.
Well, the delta would be 20%. So what they do in that case, bigger districts, they could do a sales ratio and they just increase everybody by 20%. You know, they just increase that way. That's a gross illustration of what they do.
But
What
don't
we-
you find it odd that out, and the analysis I did out of 13 of those, that 8 out of the 13 went up 12% or less?
No.
And then out of the analysis of my street, they went up 12% or less, and we're still at 15%, so that's just the.
Yeah, the 15% again is the equity that you, like the equity argument that you had last year that was pulled out, and now you're just like all your neighbors. You got the, again, I don't even know because I didn't look at the numbers, but it's whatever it was last year, the equity argument plus 12%. So you had the 12% plus whatever that delta is. So in this case, I guess it's 3%. So in answer to your question, I don't know, I wish you'd probably get back to the.
Yeah, it's, you got 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Yeah, what I would say is that the burden of proof still lies with me. Like, I have to prove both market value and equity. And the way that I do that is I show, come down, is I show these two grids. This is an equity grid. So from an equity grid, what I love about this, in both of these cases, I just look at data, I look at data all the time. So what I love about this is showing me 326 right here from a median of just properties in your area that did not sell and how they're appraised, okay? Like the one that you mentioned. Let's go to number 4. No, number
4 on the equity.
Yeah, I think this is one of the ones she mentioned. And so that happened to be, I guess, is that Gonzalez? Is that the one that, okay,
No.
so she said it was one of the ones I gave her, but okay, all right.
In the sales ratio report.
Okay, got you, 4 on the sales ratio. But this is how, so this is appraised at 320, that one's appraised at 352, and then you look at the differences. Well, that one's got better land than you, so there's a big minus there. This one, you look at the classification, a 5FB sells more than a 5NB, there's an adjustment there. You look at the age, this is 10 years older than you, 10 years older than you were, so there's an adjustment up there, because you're better. It looks at all of those things and it says 319 on this particular one. What's great about both of these grids is this one's 326 and go back up. And this one's this is 326 and this is 319. When you're looking at that, that's only a $7,000 difference on a $300,000 value. Statistically, it's like 1.1, something like that, or 1.5 or something. It's really good. These two grids tell me that the value of 320 is right on where we need to be. And I believe that. Like, if you put this house on the market at 320, you don't own it in a week. Like, somebody buys it at full price. That's what I really believe. But I mean, that's just my
And
opinion.
I understand how you get the valuation, but what I don't understand is how come everyone is not compared to that? Unless, if they don't protest and they just pay it, you stay at 12%. If you protest it, it goes up every year higher.
Again, we're using, and I'm going to say this as elementary as I can, we're using broad brushstrokes. I mean, it's not a fee appraisal, but I feel really good about those grids. Like, I look at those grids and I go, they win by $1,000 or less than $1,000 because the equity shows 326. I don't know what you had last year. It could have been the reverse. It could have been, market value was just above and equity was just below. I don't know.
Okay, you have 1 minute for final closing. Any final thoughts? Or?
I really don't have any, I'm still as confused as I was when I walked in, so. One thing I would say is that it just, yes, when you compare it to sold houses, that's a real easy understanding. But if you're looking at houses that have not sold, why are their values not as comparable? I mean, as what they are for ours. It seems like ours are right on, but if you look at all the ones I showed you, they're not.
There we go. Okay. All right. Mike, you have 1 minute then.
Yeah, in closing, what I would say is that, in answer to the second question, these are comparable properties that are not sales. These are not sales. And if you look at them, like, for instance, Weeping Willow what's the value of your lot, what's the value of that lot.
Yeah, that just sold 2 years ago. That one.
Okay. This particular one has very little value change in the land. It's close in the classification. You're a little bit bigger in the size. It's a little newer than you are. That one renders value of 313. You do this operation 4 times for things that are not sales. This one's appraised at 313. This one's appraised at 340. The next two. This one's appraised at 356. This one's appraised at 352. It's just a broad brushstroke, and you make the best comparisons we can. This value is good compared to your property. It's actually really tight. And the fact that the sales was 319 tells me that both bids are tight.
Our time?
Yes.
Okay, Mike, let me see if I understand this. The value last year was set by a ARB decision?
I believe so. That's
okay. And what you're essentially saying is this is 15% because it's 12% like everybody else, but another 2% to make up for what happened last year.
I think so. I can go into to see what the decision was.
Okay.
I mean, the problem is if you change something one year, and the next year comes around, you're now below everybody else. You gotta be picked up.
From 286 from
But
290.
I'm not. If you look at the houses on my street, I'm not.
But that assumes that whatever value that you arrive at is correct, okay? And so if you go and value something, let's say he had said it was 100 and you guys said it was 75. Okay, well then that should be the value. That shouldn't be taken into account the next year
To make up.
to make up for it. That doesn't make any sense.
It's not taken into account. That's why you're seeing a higher percentage. It's yours is being appraised at market value.
Okay, but in taking into account.
Yeah, I was gonna, in answer to the chairman's question, the difference was a 290 number and the board rendered a value of 286. So there's a $4,000 change. Again, it was a really, probably.
And it was lowered.
It was lowered by about $4,000.
About $4,000. So.
Was the land reduced as well?
No, ma'am, it was just the improvement.
That's what I remember.
So looking at the comp sales grid, it looks like there needs to be about a $1,500 adjustment. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it 219?
Yeah, it'd be 319,052. You want to call it 319?
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-567, account number 64699, considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 320,570 down to 319,000.
Second?
A second.
All in favor?
You need to make a motion on the Q2. Or did you?
I did. I said Q2.
Assuming both.
Okay. So
You're done?
I'm making about 2 pennies an hour for all the time I spend on it.
for the record, if you're ever looking for a job, I could use that sharp mind of yours.
Well, when you just stick it all in there, I mean, I hand typed all that crap in there too. You
That's what I
check
was
the
gonna
numbers,
ask.
it's
That's
pretty
what I
good.
was gonna ask, is how
A
did all
lot of-
that
I mean, I would have been a lot
data get
easier
into
if I
that?
could have downloaded a lot of it, but I just did that.
Yes.
You hand typed those spreadsheets?
I don't.
Not all of
What do
them.
you?
Well,
I mean, did you
I
copy and
did
paste
one
some?
and then I copied and pasted all the
Excellent evidence.
formulas. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just copied and pasted all the formulas.
Just curious.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
I'll keep you up. I might take you up on that.
Thank you. Yeah, Gilbert was Impressive.
The whole time I was sitting here looking at that thinking, did she enter all that? That's what I couldn't get
think she
past,
did.
if she had entered all that, because I mean, we spend our whole life figuring out how to copy and paste into Excel and for it to accept it.
Ooh, those are impressive spreadsheets.
Yeah.
244?
I don't know what it is.
Is the name Smith again? Is there another
Yeah.
Smith?
There is another.
James and
I think
Robert.
so.
All right, this is Mr. Smith. Go ahead and have a seat right there.
Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. One of the power show you today, sir. Hang on to that thought. So,
Hey, how are you doing?
for an old guy, feeling pretty good. What's the number? On God's wake up.
244. Case 244.
Okay.
Standing erect and taking nourishment.
God's wake up call today, I was all good.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. I'll have some questions along the way.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-244, account number 88-20917. This hearing is being recorded. For the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today, we do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptadcommunications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. Do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, there's a document that will be created, sent to you by snail mail, includes instructions for how to proceed if you want to continue. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence?
As much as I have, yes, sir.
Okay. There will be members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have it glued to your table.
I, James C. Smith, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
This one.
Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board business and Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Smith, you hold the Texas appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Okay. On a sheet of paper that you have on your hand, I think, is the procedures for this hearing?
Procedure times, yes, sir.
Procedure time?
Yes.
You get to choose whether you go first or Mike goes first.
You guys can go first.
Okay, Mike.
Sure. Pull up the property. I'm gonna hit the lights over here so I can see a little bit better. So the subject property is at, it's in South Rock. It's South Rockport. You can see that last year it was not complete. Continue on. This year it is complete. A couple of different things. We had, sometimes you see a house and it's not yet complete, so you don't know truly what the class is. We have the class is 5 FB, it's a hardy plank home, class 5. So from 1 to 7, 1 is a poor home, 4 is an average home, 7 is an excellent home. So this is a 5, it's an above average home, 5 FB, hardy plank. The other thing that happens in the subject is both, I think both the land and the improvement for sure. I know the improvement.
Yes.
Yeah, the land went up by about 21,000 and the house was completed. So that's
essentially the story behind the valuation. What else happened? The things under things under protest are market value.
Appraised value.
Yeah, just market value, so it's appraised value. So what I'll present is both the sales comparison grid, and then I'll present the sales ratio. A subject property is 5 FB, 1,098 square feet. It's pretty small. It's got a pretty good, I think you've got views from that location, but they're pretty good views on either side of the houses in front of you. Again, South Rock, South Rock, South Rock. What are the sales here? Again, he's a couple of, he's actually at the corner. If you go to pictometry, just full pictometry, he's at the corner of, so this is second.
Hold on, Mike, let me let it.
Yeah, one house off the second, and this would be Austin Street, I believe. Oh, Magnolia. Is it where because Austin's already, Austin's already kind of smashed together, but it's a full block off the water. This is, Austin Street is a full block off the water if you go several blocks north. This is, they kind of smushed together and they.
That's unfinished Magnolia.
Yeah, that is correct.
Third.
This is unfinished Magnolia. He's on Second Street, which is paved here. Okay. So what happened as far as the sales? South Rock, you have South Austin, and you have Magnolia. These are two sales. This one sold for $473. It's also a 5 FP plus. It's bigger than the subject. It's a year older. It's a decade older than the subject. When you look at those values and you look at the rendered value of the land, that land element over there is actually even more than the subject. So there's a negative adjustment there. That renders a value of $445 and change. The next one is on Magnolia. That one sold for $365. You can see that it goes the other way. That land value is much less than the subject. It also is a little bit bigger than the subject, same class as the subject. You can see that this one right here is about the same age. That renders a value of $444 and change. Column number 3. This is on Live Oak, so it's one street further away from the bay. It's also a 5 FB. You look at the classification here, the size here. It's the same year, but it's much bigger. It's bigger than the subject property. That renders a value of $432. Again, the biggest modifier there is again the land element. So you're looking at, I guess, 2 lots. I think it's an R. Let's go back to the R. Right there. Yes, you're looking at approximately 14,000 square feet right here of land. So some of those others could have been half as much, they could have been half the size, I don't know. Let's go to the sales ratio. Sales ratio on, these are all the sales in South Rock or South Rockport area. Yeah. There is 66 total comps. We have a weighted mean of 101. Subject property owner says most of them are comparable. I try to pick the closest ones, and that's what's presented on the grid. There are other 5 FBs. The modifiers are the land and the adjustments there. Go back to the sales grid. Since that's the only thing under protest. One second. The 444 supports the 410 that we have on the subject. You want the light? You good?
I don't know all this stuff that you guys talked about, but if I just briefly glance at even at land at 14, it just seems as random as it could be. I mean, I see like this lot here is 67.5. Even if you split my 2 lots, it's still $30,000 or $40,000 above my an approximate same value. Could you go to the next sheet up or down or whichever one? Again, we see I'm not quite sure what I see there. 190, so are we saying lots are 84? Is this market value? I don't know about all of that.
Sure, I can try to answer that for you, sir. This
This is the, like, this section right here is the value of the land. So in this particular one, the value of the land there is 190. And therefore, this is the adjustment here.
And
that's a better lot than yours. This one is a worse lot than yours.
so I guess that's subject to discussion. Is it a worse lot or a better lot, or mine gets underwater? There's no improvements down in Second Street at all. All the magnolia that you see there is underwater when we have any kind of rain. We have no drainage down there. So my lot's worth more than that. There is no drainage here.
It's gonna reset.
It's all right. So this is all, any of you guys that know South Rockport at all. This is all underwater. From our driveway, all of this is all underwater here during any kind of rain. That little 5-inch we had is all under bucket. And my lot's worth more. Anyway, I guess when it all comes down to it, I think you guys all have an appraisal that I had when we did, my house is a year old. And we just had it reappraised. You saw the final appraisal there. I think I left you guys a copy in my information.
That was part of your
Yeah.
evidence, okay. By the way, you're in your presentation time. This is
I get that.
this is
I
your
don't
time.
know about the presentation. You've got another lawyer sitting out there. He'd probably do better at it than I would. My biggest concern, like I said, was I see a 25% increase.
I was looking for your appraisal.
It was in there.
Am I getting to it? Is it the,
There it is.
Is it under the protest form, maybe?
I can look.
I don't see it there either.
I gave her a copy of it. Here's my 2020.
Yeah, the 2020 appraisal, is that what you're reading?
And that's, I was just saying the 2020 appraisal, that's what we had as my house was completed in January.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay, so it's the notice, okay.
So I'm seeing my house go from an appraised value of 308 to 444, $130,000 in a year.
Because it was completed in 20, and in January of 20, it would not have been complete in January of 21.
Even if you saw my recent appraisal after we closed on the bank note, was 326. I'm seeing 444. I'm seeing $125,000 difference in a year. I'm willing to be a little flexible, but like I said, even after my house was finished and the appraised value, 326. This was maybe before it was finished at 306. But we had to finance it, and I had a bear of a time because I'm self-employed.
No, but I mean, it's,
And that goes into further parts of my protest about, I think we're acing ourselves out of having any kind of labor pool around here. If I've got to spend $1,700 a month additional property taxes on my house. If you think it's worth 444, I'm not here, I guess, to argue. I guess my biggest concern were a couple of questions that I had would have been, where does it stop? Is it gonna be 25% next year? Or do we have a random 1% per year, 2% per year?
Presentation time. May I ask you a question? Is your
Yes.
time?
Ask away, I'm curious.
Where's this 323 that you're talking about?
That was my appraisal that I got from the appraisal when we went to the bank to get mine.
Where is that?
Well, I thought I had that copy of it, and I unfortunately thought that was the one that I brought into you. Well, this is date of notice, May 18th, 2020, and I was in my house in January of 2020. So if this is a 308, that's not an appraised value after because my house was completed in January. This is marked January 2020.
20 or 2021?
2020. Okay. This is 2021. It's been a year. I went from 326, I think was our final appraisal, to the bank, and now it's 444. I'm just curious, and where does it stop?
Bank appraisal and the district appraisal is different. What did you show?
Well, it wasn't a bank appraisal, it was a separate appraisal, obviously. 25%?
Yeah.
Does that sound common?
How much time are we talking? Because I have some really good questions.
Minute left.
Okay.
I just, if you'd like to ask him questions, you'd be happy.
Where does it stop?
Yeah,
Where do we?
Yeah, so obviously, Mr. Smith, I mean, obviously, you've got some questions that you'd like answers to. The first thing I would say is that,
This isn't the place to do that.
No, it is. This is absolutely the place to do this. First of all, your dispute is with me, like the district. I represent the district. You're saying, hey, Mike, I think the value's too high.
That's all I was saying.
That's a fair assessment of what you were thinking, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to try to answer it for you. First, we have a January 1 appraisal date. So when we went by, whenever that was in late of 19, December of 19, it was not yet complete, so we didn't have a complete. The subject property owner says, hey, listen, I moved in late January, so it was more complete last year than what it should have been on the books for in 20. First, that's the first thing I want to say. Secondly, the subject property owner said, hey, listen, I went to the bank to finish, I guess, was it you had a construction loan and then you completed it and they have to do 2 appraisals on that. He's under oath saying that he thinks that he doesn't have it with him, but he thinks that number was 326. So so I'm going to try to answer that question. One, it's a fee appraisal. It's his opinion or her opinion of value of 326. Secondly, there's a lot that's happened between January 1 of 2020 and January 1 of 2021. The market is going absolutely crazy. So some of that 410 value, 326 to 410. So now that's the delta we're working with. We're working with what?
$90,000, $84,000.
$84,000. So we're looking at $84,000, right? Let's say, for argument's sake, they're right at 326. What I would say first and foremost is one of my things that's not attributable is I didn't have your house complete. So that's some of the value.
Understood.
Secondly, there's a lot that's happened. He or she was using sales in 19. If they gave you a January 1 of 2020 appraisal, they were. I know they were. And so what I would say is that, maybe he or she didn't have some of the ones that I have now. And so some of that is attributable to the market. Now, what I would say is I do know that the subject property in that south area has some flooding issues. And I would just say to you, generally speaking, I want to hear about that right now. Can you describe that in
extensive? I mean, I can show you right now, if you look at our house, you can see, let's say that just that 5-inch gully washer that we had the other day, that brought water up to here in my driveway, here in his driveway. This was all underwater. This was standing water. I have a little bit of standing water. I brought a lot of fill into my lot. All of this is underwater, this is underwater, this is underwater, this is underwater, and it'll come all the way up to probably about here. A little bit of peak on 2nd Street will keep that away from it. And some of that could be the Bass Family Ranch, some of that drainage and stuff that's there. But there is no.
Are you building this to sell it or are you living in it?
No, we live in it.
Okay, you live in it? Yeah. So when you were there, and it
I
rained
knew I was going to have to bring it up.
Right. And so it rained the hardest. You couldn't go anywhere for how long?
Well, I have a 4-wheel drive truck.
Okay.
But if it was somebody in a smaller vehicle, I would say that one storm, probably 3 days.
3 days.
Till we could actually get out.
So in light of that, because I'm just generally speaking that I know that this area down here floods, all of this floods, that and the streets flood. It just does.
And then I have all of this that has now been directed straight through residential flow that comes right to my front yard.
Yeah. What are you really thinking? 326, I got 410.
I was thinking 380, something like that. I'd be okay
that's
with that.
exactly the number I had in mind.
Man, I'd be okay with that. But like I said, when I went to 444 and I was like 25%, I was like,
Are you okay at 380?
I want to give, I don't mind contributing to the community.
Okay. Hey,
You're
Mr.
done.
Smith, I
You're good,
I
we're
know
done.
that stuff floods, and I know that there should be an adjustment for that. So what I would say is,
Okay.
can we go into the land element and just put that in there so that it gets close to that number, that 380? Can we do that?
Does
right
that
now?
sound fair to you? 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't here to
That's
argue
the-
about the whole thing. I just
No.
wanted to
No,
bring it to us.
that's exactly the number I had in my head. And I mean that with all sincerity.
That was a crap sheet on my part.
Have a seat while we work the issue.
Anyway.
You got it wound up.
Well, yeah, a lot of things going on. I'm holding down for
Yep.
my wife's.
So if I put the 20%, is that 20% flooded? If I put 20% flooded, that puts a number of 377 and change on the property. You want to say the number out loud?
So it's 377,930.
Are we good?
I think that's more than fair.
Okay.
I'm good with that. So another question, just.
Wait a
so
minute.
Wait, let's do this.
Let's get this nailed down first. And then. Okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-244, account number 88-20917, when considering the Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $410,190 to $377,930.
I gotta get you guys some
All
walls.
in favor? Aye.
Carpet, some walls. You guys need some help down here. I don't mind helping.
Oh, yeah, we've got a guy coming in this week actually to kind of walk through the process. It's a long-term thing. It's all right.
But we're working hard on making the south end look nice down there. We have a nice looking home. I've done a lot of work.
Very good, sir.
Thank you
We're
for your
done.
time. Appreciate it.
You'll get this all in the mail.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for coming
Smith.
by. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wagger, Mr. Dayton, Mr. Powers, thank you all again.
Yes,
Sure
sir.
appreciate it.
Good luck.
And whoever
James,
tech you are, Mr.
is
James.
there a reason that you haven't homesteaded?
I'm not from Texas. Should I homestead?
What is your
that
driver's
something?
license? What's the address on your driver's license?
909 East Second Street.
When you go out, you should talk to Barbara or Donna.
Is that your primary residence?
Yes, sir.
Does your wife have another residence?
No, sir.
Then you should probably look at that.
File for home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just talk to Barbara or
Pretty
Donna
much
and
convinced me. Thank you. I'm glad I got
can't,
it.
no, the only thing is that it's in a company name. It's under DMZ.
no, it's under James.
Yeah, no, it's my own.
That's the legal. That's the legal description, but it's under James and
That was
Robin.
Mark's thing before, I think.
Then you're eligible for a homestead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might save me some money.
We will, about $300.
Thank you for the enlightenment.
All right.
Enjoy your weekend.
It's free.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it's free. Somebody was sending you.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got one more.
I
Yeah.
believe so, yeah.
Okay.
This is the line first. Okay, I got you, I understand.
Case
It's case number 268,
267.
Robert Nalbach.
Hello, sir. You're right over there. My name is Mike Soto. I represent the district. The board went on the bathroom break. Real quick.
I saw him. No problem.
We passed them in the hall.
That's necessary.
Did y'all say that this is the last one? Beth, did you say this is the last one?
This is the last one.
No letters, no nothing, like,
We already did the letters. I can double check for today about.
did a lot of letters this morning, didn't we?
We did.
Gosh, that's gotta be the quota. That's gotta meet our limit right there.
5?
Yeah.
That was nothing. Actually, I can go check. I don't even know if the mail came yet.
Oh, oh, oh. Good.
Mr. Nolbach is here. Whenever the rest of the board members get back.
Windy other
It was windy today.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Oh, there you are.
Robert, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Sitting in this chair long enough. Feel like you're welded to it.
Well, I do a lot of sitting and standing, but I just have to stand up there for a while.
Yeah, you have to take a walk around.
But so early. You can come from the chairs.
What's the number? 286.
268.
That's all right. Your fingers might hold up.
You know, if I said that during a hearing, if I have all the right numbers and just jumbled, that probably wouldn't fly.
It's like the doctor saying, oops.
36. Yeah. See, Robert, I'm the oldest guy at the table. Okay.
Would you mind if we turn the light off? That's fine. Okay.
Okay, Robert, we have some administrative to go through before we get started in the meat of the matter. And as I'm going along, I may have a few questions for you along the way. Okay. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-268, account number 13476. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. You'll get a document in the mail, by snail mail after this hearing is over, with any changes that are made. Articulated. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill
do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Well, testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have it, Ron?
I, Robert David Humboldt, Settlements, where confirm this meeting I shall present to appraisal review board is true and correct.
Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony of South Carolina
Robert, do you hold a appraiser's license?
I do not.
On a sheet of paper that should be somewhere there, there's a procedure document. You have an ample supply.
Yes.
You walk. You have legs and you walk. That's the procedure we'll follow throughout the hearing. You have a choice. You can go first, or the district can go first. Which would you choose?
The latter.
District can go first? Okay, Mike?
The things that are protest is incorrect appraised market values and liens on all condos can't buy dash sell. Property is not valued correctly. So the thing under protest is the market value. And my suspicion is that the second comment was liens on all condos can't buy or sell is what's under protest and what's asserted by the property owner. The burden of proof for Q1 or appraised market value lies on the district. Other assertions or other protests, burden of proof lies on the property owner. So what we have is continue on. We have this year we have a 2021 valuation of $266,000 and change. It's a standard condo. Here's the top trade imagery right here. This is just you have all these bay house condos. This is these are all canal lots right here. The end one is canal lot. These are all canoe view. These are dry lots back here. Dry. They don't have any. They have a view of Little Bay, but they don't have. They're not up against the water. The subject property go back. The subject property, in fact, this is not relevant to 21, only to just set a framework. The subject property sold in 2019 back for 222 and change, or at least that's our information. Continue on. The thing under protest is comparable sales or sales market value. Subject property is currently assessed at 266. And the sales that we have in this area are 2105 Bay House. That sold in late 20 for 294,000. You can see that there's no adjustment for the land because there's all an undivided interest ownership in Bay House condominiums. The living area of the subject compared to the comp is identical. There's an adjustment for the effective age, meaning that this property right here had many, like they did a remodeling event. And so there's 15 years difference in the effective age. The initial years are the same. When you compare this one to the subject, and take that into account, that renders a value of 281 and change. The next one is 2515 Bay House. That was sold for 308 again late 20. And you can see that one's just a tad bigger. It is newer, and that one renders a value of 280 and change. This one is comp number 3. It's November of 20. Is that transaction that sold for 281? Again, that one is bigger. It's got the same effective age as the subject. That renders a value of 262 and change. So when you look at the median value of those 3 comps, median value is 280 when adjusted. That supports the value that we have at 266 and change for the subject. Moving down to the sales ratio, there's 12 comps that were pulled in this whole area. We have a 1.03 overall, meaning that we have considerations, we have sales, we have verified sales, unverified sales, we throw them all in there. It's a 1.03. In relation to the other, I'm going to spend a little bit of time in looking at the property owner's evidence. The second page of that is the exhibit, and what you'll see is that in late January 2021, it became aware the mechanics lien was filed in Aransas County against 5 or more individual bay house units. We learned that the liens through an owner who was attempting to complete the property sale. The mechanic lien was filed by a sheetrock installer working on a subcontractor for Roadrunner restoration. Roadrunner never paid it. In the absence of the title searches, we believe the affected units are 204, or 2406, 2412, 2511, and 2702 and 2707. The board immediately contacted Roadrunner to resolve the issue and sought counsel from our attorneys. The 5 liens and possibly more are still active. Roadrunner reports they are working through the legal team to remove the liens, but thus far we have seen no visible results. Constitutional lien. On February 12, 2021, we were notified that the same owner on a second constitutional lien was filed by Roadrunner on February 4th of 2021 in Aransas County by all 118 bay house units.
Okay, so Robert, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation, so I'll just give you 7 minutes.
Has the appraisal district received anything from the county regarding those liens officially?
Not to my knowledge. Those liens are typically filed in accordance with some kind of documents at the county clerk's office.
Right.
I don't have anything, definitely not of the, somebody brought it to our attention this same kind of constitutional lien about a week ago, I think, or 10 days ago. There was another bay house property in the post.
Your unit 2605 that you mentioned, it also was remodeled. Do your notes indicate that prior to the sale? And also probably prior to the liens being asserted.
Which property again, sir?
2605, which is a little bit bigger than the subject unit of mine of 2204.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
It was remodeled.
Okay, that's news to us. If you have, they haven't invited us in, we don't have any knowledge of it, so.
That's all I have as far as
cross.
Okay.
Okay, you have 5 minutes if you want to make
Sure.
other presentation.
Sure.
Feel free.
I bought the house in 2019. I had been before the board graciously one time before, explained that your records are incorrect. I didn't buy the unit 2204 for $208,000. There was a $10,000 assessment that dropped it down due to the bulkhead, which reduced that price down from 220 to lower. Because of the storm, I submitted several photographs and evidence showing that the unit still is in not tip-top shape. For sure, comparable to some of the other units that have been remodeled and where work has been completed. This particular section of Bay House condos has not been completed. And obviously there's a huge dispute. I have a law firm in San Antonio, so I'm familiar with the litigation down here in Aransas County. Not part of yours, but part of that matter. And it's a cluster mess. It's going to be a cluster mess. I couldn't go to the bank today. I wanted to buy one of my neighbor's units. I couldn't do it. The bank said, no, you got a statutory lien against all of the units. You can't buy, sell, nobody's going to lend you any money. I couldn't even borrow the money to pay the taxes, much less buy my neighbor's unit. So it's a cluster mess over there. I'm not going anywhere. I love Rockport for 40 years I've been down here, but I can't do anything. I just don't think a proper appraisal value in my particular case substantiates an increase to $266,000, which is almost $100,000 more from last year.
It's going from 171 to 266. At least on the evidence or on the correspondence of the district center. That's my only issue. But I do appreciate your comment.
So the pictures you had there, when were those pictures taken?
Today,
Okay, so these are current pictures.
those were today at approximately 2 p.m. And I have them time dated on my phone, if you'd like to review that. I sent those pictures to my law firm and sent my secretary supported her down here, so I believe Barbara should have an email showing the date correspondence. And that's up to back there. That's very dangerous. I don't know a buyer that would let one of their kids play in that or the back, exposed fires. You have electricity issues. There's still dumpsters on the property. That's today.
Is the whole complex in that condition?
No, sir. Some of the units have been completely remodeled inside and out. I would say probably there's a good 30 to 40% that are still in bad shape.
Really?
Yes, sir. And with the litigation going on now with these contractors, it makes it even more difficult. A new contractor can't come in with the old liens because the new contractor basically can't assert his lien or her lien over a first primary lien and it's a constitutional lien, makes it even a bigger mess. It's not relative to this, but I think some of the homeowners over there, they haven't told you already, I think some of the homeowners are going to file suit against Bay House and everybody else, which make it even bigger cluster mess. But I'm not going to help that. I'm good, sir. Yes, sir.
Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for.
Yeah, in my cross and rebuttal, I'll continue to read this document. Constitutional lien was filed by Roadrunner on February 4th, 2021 against all 118 Bay House units with payment of $610,176.37 in the amount of part charge due for reconstruction. As with mechanics liens, our first notice was given by a Bay House owner that the pending sale that was delayed. At no time did Roadrunner or Mathis notify the Bay House that the lien was filed. Until resolved, the constitutional lien affects all unit sales at Bay House. The board is currently negotiating with Roadrunner to remove the unjustified lien. Resolution: the board is pursuing 3 parallel courses to achieve this resolution. Ongoing direct negotiations with Roadrunner with the assistance of Mathis Group, working with Gordon Insurance contacts to obtain a bond to allow owners to work around the liens. Such bonds are expensive and hard to get and may require collateral. For preparation for potential litigation in the Aransas County District Court, the board recognizes that litigation is lengthy, expensive, and guarantees no possible outcome to Bay House. The court dockets in Aransas County are backed up because of COVID-19. We will keep ownership updated on the progress and we recommend holding off on listing units for sale. So that's what I believe all the property owners received. Now, I will say that what the property owner asserted that, if you had another contractor that came in there, their lien position would actually be secondary to any other lien. So it's not that they couldn't file a lien, and they could. It's just that their lien position would be secondary. So as far as lien positions go, first lien position is the taxing lien position, taxing lien position, the mortgage lien position. So the taxing unit has to be, like if you're in a sale of something, the taxing, like whatever tax obligation you have has to be satisfied prior to the execution of a mortgage lien being satisfied. And then typically the sale goes through. A tertiary lien position would be a mechanics lien that was overlooked. You know, you got a lien to your house that was built, and they filed a lien, mechanics lien to build it, and he never finished the paperwork. And you go, Joe, what are you doing? You know, you finished that page, and you go, oh yeah, I got this. That's a tertiary. This is a expanded tertiary lien for what you have. You have two things that are done. A mechanics lien that was brought to the attention of these 5 condos. And they said, whoa, what's this miscellaneous contractors lien for a sheetrock installer? But it says here, the mechanics lien was filed by a sheetrock installer working on as a subcontractor for Roadrunner, who alleges the Roadrunner never paid him. The absence of title search, we believe, effectively the board immediately contacted Roadrunner to resolve the issue and sought more counsel from our attorneys to 5 liens and possibly more still active. Roadrunner reports that they are working through their legal team to remove the liens thus far. So that's a tertiary lien. And then you've got this constitutional lien thrown on top. So, I mean, the constitutional lien is there. I mean, obviously it's sworn under oath. It's $610,176.77. That comes out if you divide it by the number of units, because there's 118 units in which people divide it undivided interest. There's 52, basically 5171 cost to cure for that lien to go away. It doesn't make it easy. It just makes it doable. It makes it doable to the extent that each person would have to fund that up, and that lien goes away. But it is something. It exists. There's no doubt.
5175,000 per unit, 3 times it under the statutes. To post a bond, make it go away. It's 3 times the amount cash.
It's 3 times the amount of the constitutional lien.
Correct. So it's 610,000. So if board and insurance group Christie wanted to post a bond, it has to be number one, it has to be a cash bond. It has to be 3 times $610,176.77.
That's for a bond. If you just paid the lien, could you not just pay out the lien?
If Roadrunner would release that lien, the constitutional portion of that lien and the sheetrock people.
Okay, so just to be clear, what the subject property owner just indicated is a bond position to extinguish the lien, as opposed to just saying, here's your money, and the lien goes away. It's a contractual thing. Hey, I'm going to give you this check for $610,000, and you're going to sign this document that releases this constitutional lien. That's what exists. To get a bond position in that, I don't know, but the subject property owner said it'd be 3 times it. So there you go.
To release the lien, you have to.
You either have to have the
118.
cash, or you have to have the bond securing the cash.
Yeah, but to release it, you have to get all 118 people to agree to pony up.
That's exactly right.
You can't just do it one off.
That's exactly right. Because it's an undivided.
Yeah.
No doubt. It's there.
You have 2 minutes then for protest or rebuttal if you need it.
Okay, sure. I did.
Okay, Mike, you have 1 minute.
May I ask you a question on that? What do you think it's worth?
I think it's probably worth the same or less than last year. We'll probably be back in the same office next year.
Fair enough.
Unless I pay a lot of money to have the work done. Show to the board that the improvements were done. And the value's gone up.
No. Okay, Mike, you got 1 minute to close.
Yeah. So with that last statement, just muddying the water the last second. Is your property not complete?
No. You see pictures of the back.
Okay, that's the back.
I have.
That okay.
Okay, so the cost security, let me summarize this. The subject property when complete, or if it were complete, which again, was unclear to me that it wasn't complete. Solve the deck, but I'm talking about the inside. Is the inside complete?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Again. Okay, so it's not that, it's
living.
It's a little bit. We have the deck on there, if you wanted to reduce the deck value, okay, no worries. From a market value standpoint, what I would summarize is that we've proven 280. The subject is at 266. You have a constitutional lien that equates out to about $5,100, $5,200. Yes, it's difficult, and yes, it's actually kind of untenable. So if you wanted to get a bond so you can get the one-offs, then that number goes to about 15,000. So if you want to take 15,000 off 280, that's where your number should be.
Okay. Personally, I want to take 15,000 in the deck.
Okay.
Can you show us the card?
Yeah, sorry.
Where's the deck?
It's 5,060 plus 2,810.
And there's front side too.
There's two.
Yeah, I said 2 decks.
There's 2 covered decks. The docks, like the outside uncovered dock, that's a common element thing on here. That's like, it's all the piers. I know that they have like exclusive use if they're one, but it's not carried on the card in any place.
There's an upper deck and a lower deck, and then the front of the unit.
Okay. Okay. If it's the covered deck area that you're describing, then okay.
Second floor.
If part of that is damaged, okay.
Second floor deck and a lower deck. Appreciate it.
What's the value?
7,870, 7,870. That's the decks.
That's 15,000. Legal.
244, okay. 244,000.
244.
Okay, I make a motion then on case 2021-268, account number 13476. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraisal from $286,020. 266,000. 900 cross it, whatever it is, down to 244,000.
Second.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The answer is 244. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Getting through all this with the liens.
That's a minute.
Thanks, sir.
Gentlemen.
Grew up in San Antonio?
I did.
What part of
Been
town?
at it for about 4 years. Went to Churchill, St. Mary's.
You were our cross camp, not cross camp. We were in the same district when I was with Justin.
Oh, that's good football.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Or you can follow Miss Barbara.
Well, I was going to touch base with you about tomorrow. The morning 8:30 looks pretty dicey. We have 5 phone hearings and no affidavits, one possible in person. So I would think our best number is probably going to be 1 at 8:30.
Where are we, number of people per document? Number of people.
We've been scheduling things for documents, but this is still a 6. So
Yeah.
5 and 6.
We're still live.
And I'm still,
Yeah, I'm still leery about going to 10 per dock, because just as soon as you do that, everybody's gonna show.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm going to return.
Second. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.